All the noble guests present continually discussed the girl who appeared in a provocative outfit. She looked so unusual and attractive that absolutely no one could take their eyes off her. Feeling all this excessive attention, she turned her gaze directly to those who all this time could not resist commenting on her appearance. Finally, she unexpectedly stopped next to the one who was so actively discussing her, piercing him with her gaze. Before the frightened man had time to find out what was happening, he suddenly felt a sharp swing of his fan. The girl clearly did not want to tolerate such an attitude, so without unnecessary confusion, she hit him on the back of the head, ruining his hair. In her eyes, there was a clear lack of pity for the gentleman who had suffered from her intolerance and idiosyncrasy. Everyone present gasped in shock, recoiling from the wig that appeared at their feet. Feeling the full extent of his shame, he blushed, asking how she could do this. As if nothing had happened, she stood up and stated that her hand had accidentally slipped off. One noblewoman was so shocked by the announcement that she had sprained her arm that she involuntarily sank to the floor. The girl referred to the fact that the man had a very oily face, so she handed him a handkerchief to wipe himself off. In fact, she had a personal grudge against him, knowing the terrible things he had done. She stepped aside but still continued to hear gossip behind her back and questions about who invited her to the party. As she sipped her drink, she knew that all these people were just jealous of her power because she was the daughter of Duke Seymour himself. Deborah clearly embarrassed everyone with her unsociable but deliberately confident behavior. She evoked a feeling in many people, so she was forced to tear herself away from the glass and look at the lady who appeared in front of her. Feeling the need to make a remark, the Viscountess approached her, declaring her desire to tell her something. Deborah decided to play along with her and, waving her fan, looked her straight in the eyes, adding that she was listening. Unfortunately for the Viscountess, the girl's inflexibility amazed her even at ordinary glance. Feeling the oppressive power of Deborah, she became embarrassed, losing the last grains of her former confidence. The Viscountess decided to quickly leave, leaving a final piece of advice that she shouldn't drink so much because she was worried. Concealing her full range of feelings behind her fan, Deborah froze, not understanding why she suddenly became nervous when she began to speak. Contrary to rumors, the girl was much more timid and sensitive than she was believed to be. Gathering the grains of her confidence, she decided to become the devil in the flesh, getting rid of timidity and kindness. In fact, the girl in the heroine's body was extremely gullible, so she was easily deceived and showed stupidity. Once again, when a deceiver wrote to her on behalf of her friend, wanting money, she immediately believed his story. She was that good-natured girl who always helps everyone around, but no one helps her in return and only takes advantage of kindness. She was again set up by her classmates, so she was forced to sit in the library until the night, finishing the project. After leaving the library, she felt extremely tired and hungry and had little money in her account after her last act of kindness. Coming out of the next alley, the girl followed the conversation of two guys in front of her, discussing the other's new sneakers. She recognized him as the same guy who asked for money for the funeral, who now mockingly called her the idiot who sent the money. The girl froze against the wall, listening to how two guys were discussing her. They laughed at how he asks every week to send money for funerals and she never refuses him, being naive. She couldn't bear to continue listening to them openly ridicule her kindness, but she couldn't move. A memory of her conversation with one guy surfaced in her memory, confirming the need to change her behavior. That day, she was quite embarrassed, not knowing where it would lead, when he said that he liked her because of her kindness. Yuna could no longer hold back the sobs that rose in her throat and burst into tears, leaving the scene. To her surprise, her mother called her, clearly unhappy with her daughter's long absence. She became angry when she once again reproached her for not fulfilling her duties and not feeding her younger brother. The mother's claims were the last straw, after which Yuna exploded, saying that he was old enough to feed himself. Having expressed all her dissatisfaction, she only heard her mother's surprise in response, after which she hung up. The girl's tears only flowed with renewed vigor, again bringing her closer to the thought that all this time all her relatives and friends had been using her. Standing in the middle of a dark street, Yuna was so absorbed in thoughts that she did not notice the transport flying straight towards her. Even after she looked back, the realization of what was about to happen did not immediately dawn on her. The last thing the girl, blinded by the realization of her stupidity, saw was the bright flash of the motorcycle headlights. This is how Yuna died sadly and senselessly, ending her life and moving into someone else's body. To her surprise, she found herself in a real harem system, full of interesting events. It seemed impossible for her that she, as a human, became the heroine of the book universe called The Enslavement of the Black Thorn. Finding herself in the body of the amazingly beautiful Villainess, she opened her eyes in shock, as if her entire past was just an unpleasant dream. The girl froze, looking at the luxurious decoration of the unknown room in which she found herself. She remembered being hit by a motorcycle, but she still couldn't understand why she was okay. Yuna felt an urgent need to look at herself in the mirror, in which she saw a completely new face. At first, she was enchanted by the beauty of her appearance, but later, for the sake of decency, she still acted out her surprise. She continued to intensively torment her cheeks, trying to wake up, until she finally realized that this was becoming more and more like reality. The maid who entered the room was so surprised by what she saw that she turned over the tray with food intended for her mistress. Realizing what exactly she had done, the maid was noticeably frightened and began to ask forgiveness for her offense. She immediately fell to the floor, begging her forgiveness for the offense she called observing Deborah's behavior. Yuna was surprised by the exaggerated behavior of the maid, but all her attention was attracted by the familiar name, Deborah. Finally, she remembered that this was the name of the Villainess in her favorite book, which she had read not so long ago. She remembered that many people did not like Deborah because she was a typical evil character, doing evil over and over again. The girl turned around in shock when a man who had flocked to the noise entered her room. She recognized him as Deborah's father, clearly dissatisfied with what was happening, as if it was just another prank of his daughter. George Seymour was especially famous and influential because he was one of the top 5 magicians. Despite his fame, he is a very reserved and stern person, causing fear. The only one who managed to gain his favor was his wife Marianne, who died during childbirth, after which he became even more angry and cold. Finding himself in front of his daughter, he immediately looked at her as critically and contemptuously as possible, expressing disappointment. The girl's cheeks burned with shame when he called her pathetic, deciding that she had decided to starve again, and therefore turned over the tray. The maid continued to sit on the floor by the overturned plate when the man directly called the girl a disgrace to his family. He scornfully asked her how she could do such stupid things while looking like her mother. Yuna, in Deborah's body, stared in surprise, trying to quickly grasp the essence of the plot when he asked why she needed the jewel. Finally, she remembered that same pink diamond, the only one in the entire kingdom. Feeling crazy hunger, she remembered how her heroine went on a hunger strike in order to get the desired jewel. Looking at his son, he directly stated that he no longer intended to tolerate her antics. Turning towards the exit, he stated that this was his last warning, and from now on she was punished. As if bewitched, surprised, Deborah tried to understand how her father could be so beautiful and at the same time cruel. Without having time to recover from the latest events, she was immediately taken aback by the maid's apology, because of which she was scolded by her father. The girl clearly understood that she did not want to play this bad role in the novel, attributed to Deborah. Fortunately for the servant, she was still lenient and let her go, for which she thanked her and cleaned up all the mess. Finally, finding herself alone, Deborah collapsed on the floor, feeling titanically tired after what had happened. Looking at the ceiling, she openly wondered why she was not destined to inhabit the body of the main character or her friend. She continued to be sad, not understanding why she got this particular character and was now forced to suffer. After just a couple of hours, she already found herself surrounded by maids circling above her with the thought that everything turned out to be not so bad. A full 10 days have passed since she became Deborah, after which she realized that her bad reputation and terrible character had still opened the door for her. Deborah lived a truly prosperous life, as all the servants regularly satisfied her every whim. On another day, she again made each of her servants nervous, assessing what they presented to her as breakfast. Her eyes widened at the sight of all the magnificent dishes prepared for every taste and color at the request of the mistress. Thus, she realized that it is much better to be evil than someone who is regularly taken advantage of. She openly rejoiced that for the first time in her 24 years of life, she had the opportunity to taste true luxury. In her past life, the girl was so burdened with the everyday hardships of living with others that she could only dream of such a thing. Now in the person of Deborah, the punishment prescribed by her father seemed to her like a paradise in which she would like to live her whole life. After some time, a girl came to her offering Deborah the clothes she had created. She introduced herself as Helen, the second daughter of Baron Jehoto, and was summoned by the lady herself in order to brighten up her punishment. The girl felt that she now lived as if with a diamond spoon in her mouth, having access to various pleasant things. Deborah turned around in surprise when Helen presented her with the collection, asking her to wait. She was trying to understand what was going on here when she noticed how a whole bunch of maids began to bring in mannequins with various outfits. Her eyes widened when she saw dozens of luxurious dresses brought especially for her. She was still trying to understand why her room looked like the elite hall of some boutique. Meanwhile, Helen was burning with excitement, realizing that there was absolutely no reaction from the girl. What remains in her memory is how critically Deborah examined all the dresses, instantly cutting off the options that were not good enough. Unable to find something that would meet her highest standards, she ordered new clothes to be made. Helen stammered that she had a lot of orders this season, but under pressure from Deborah, she promised to do everything and returned to her. 3 weeks after these threats, Helen returned to her with a new collection, which again did not cause delight. She invited her to look at the dress with a white lining, after which Deborah did look at it. Without changing her horrified expression, she clung to it, feeling sympathy after seeing the precious stone. While the girl thought that this dress would look beautiful on anyone, Helen stood waiting, nervously silent. She decided to try her luck and find out if she liked the dress, but unfortunately, the lint of the collar tickled Deborah's nose. The girl angrily clutched her collar, realizing that this fur would make her sneeze. Trying to control her fear, Helen blurted out that this was not the only dress from their collection. Feeling a sneeze coming on, Deborah latched onto her words that there were even better dresses than this. At first, Helen spoke about 3 days, but seeing the mistress's look, she said that she would leave right away and make a dress to her taste. The maids immediately began to carry away the mannequins under orders that she make the next dress brighter with stones. Blushing, Deborah welcomed her solitude. No longer able to hold back her sneeze, after some time she was again busy openly admiring her appearance in the mirror. She understood that the appearance of her heroine looked extremely cool, distinguished by her interesting facial features. The girl was delighted with how much she liked this face. Before that, she always had an innocent image, because of which advertisers constantly stopped her, trying to sell something. This was the reason why she was now glad that people were now afraid to be around her. Deborah was forced to break away from her contemplation when she was pulled out of her thoughts by a knock on the door. She opened her eyes in surprise when she was informed that a tutor was waiting for her. A couple of minutes later, she was already walking through the huge corridors of the castle, wandering in search of a tutor. As if enchanted, she looked at all this luxury for a long time, imagining how much effort and money went into it. Realizing that she had never even heard of such luxury before, she was very envious of living in such a place with tutors. Having activated the memory of her heroine, she mentally prepared herself for the fact that if she did not want to learn, she could be thrown out of the window for this. Suddenly, the realization came to her that, it turns out, she really likes this atmosphere of her current life. As she walked down the corridor, she realized that now she didn't have to be as pathetic as she was before. She froze when, around the next turn, a tall guy suddenly appeared in front of her. At first, she did not realize what exactly was blocking her path and was surprised, trying to understand the problem. This guy turned out to be her younger brother Belek, who was similarly surprised by her appearance. The girl remembered that he was one of the twins, who could then lead the Seymour family. Being twins, they will fight fiercely for the title of head of the family, which is why they have a difficult relationship. Looking maniacally at Deborah, he said that even in the tower, they had heard about her stupid behavior. Walking around her like a ghost, he started talking about how she should behave normally in front of the very capable scientist Frederick. In the first couple of seconds, she didn't even know what to answer, as her brother's statement completely confused her. After thinking, she remembered the interesting fact that in the future he would kidnap and imprison the main character. Watching him leave, she understood that the past Deborah would have already caused a scandal, but his words did not grab her. She knows that compared to the two twins, Belek and Rosar, she is an ordinary slacker. The girl mentally thanked the departing Belek for the fact that thanks to him she could relax. Finally, having opened the treasured door, she found herself in the same office with the tutor. He noticed that she had arrived, in response to which she only looked at the man coldly. Looking at the awkward tutor, she couldn't help but wonder if this was the same Frederick her brother was talking about. The man presented her with a book full of the long history of one prestigious Astia family. She remembered that this was a famous and influential family, whose power was second only to the imperial one. He said that the Seymour family received the right to manage the magic tower for their contribution to strengthening the power of the emperor. Her eyes widened in surprise when he mentioned the first head of the family, Miraju, who helped the emperor found the country. In the end, she found out that he is an 8th-grade magician, so her family is forgiven for her talents. Considering her family's power and ability, she was surprised that Deborah met such a miserable death in the novel. After some time, the girl realized that it was time for her to start the next lesson. The girl was met by a maid who greeted her in the spacious hall. What caught her attention was how much her hands were shaking when she was next to Deborah. Before, she changed a lot of magic teachers, each time lashing out at them because nothing worked for her. Deborah was furious because she believed that, as a descendant of the Seymour family, she should have abilities by default. Yuna, in Deborah's body, mentally asked for forgiveness for all the scandals that they had to endure. She still could not understand why her heroine could not wield magic, because, as a rule, this is available to everyone in novels. The girl involuntarily thought that a weakening effect had been imposed on her, but she immediately stopped herself from this thought. Even despite her failure in magic, she was still sure that no one could interfere with someone so beautiful and rich. Meanwhile, the teacher who came felt more and more afraid because of the strange behavior and suggested starting the lesson. Deborah stood speechless, being a villain, bullying everyone around her because of her inferiority complex. The character of the heroine literally forced one to adapt to her, and unlike other capable characters, all she did was pursue them. A couple of hours after the lesson, the girl was already basking in a warm bath, realizing that she should not touch anyone in order to live in peace. She enjoyed eating rare macaroons, famous for their perfect structure and taste. One of the maids continued to carefully sort through Deborah's long hair, who at first considered such care strange. Now she understood that she really liked everything that happened to her. She looked thoughtfully at the delicious cookies, realizing that she had to change the fate of her heroine so that this life would last forever. The girl began to think about the reasons why she was sent to the monastery, realizing that she was constantly annoying the main character. Deborah did a lot of things, slapping her, putting crap in her drinks, and constantly pulling her hair. It wasn't the worst thing she'd ever done, so she soon did what was the last straw. Deborah was destined to be court-martialed when it was discovered that she had created the cursed doll. This became a pretext for the second crown prince to accuse the unwanted girl of blasphemy. After the main character went through all these torments, she was called the incarnation of Saint Nyla, raising her status to the limit. Due to the fact that Deborah was from a noble family, she was able to avoid the death penalty, but was still sent to a monastery. Returning to reality, the girl clasped her hands, feeling disgusted by her potential fate. Deborah continued to sit up to her nose in foam, realizing that now her main goal would be not to get close to the main character. She realized that she was still at the very beginning of a novel that began with the main character being attacked by a monster. After his injury, he falls in love at first sight with the girl who saved him. He tried to find out what he could do to thank her for saving him, but she only refused praise. Philip's cheeks turned pink as she said she only hoped he would recover as quickly as possible. After that, he thought for a long time, suddenly remembering that she had a birthday soon, on which he should congratulate her. He received information that the most luxurious diamond, glowing pink like the girl's hair, was put up for auction. Hearing that its color would perfectly match the color of St. Mia's hair, he knew that he had to get it at any cost. The pink diamond became the cause of all the misfortunes, because Deborah, who did not have enough money, really dreamed of getting it. Unsuspecting Mia was happy to receive such a gift from Philip, which she constantly wore around her neck. Her happiness lasted until one moment at the academy, she encountered an angry Deborah. She stretched her hands towards the decoration, not in any way ashamed of the scene that she was now creating in front of others. She was also forced into rivalry by the fact that since childhood she had been in love with Philip, whom Mia got. Calmly looking at the ceiling, she made a list of what she definitely shouldn't do, realizing that it was more difficult for her to live in her previous life. Standing up decisively, she began to leave amid the screams of the maids, who saw that she was not dry and might get sick. The girl decided to become happy and never give up. So first she needed to deal with her father. Late in the evening, a well-known man entered the office, openly admiring the crystal he had received. Looking at the shining crystal in the light, he openly admired it, glad that he was finally done with this matter. A most magnificent blue diamond froze in his fingers, kindly showing off all its facets. A guy suddenly appeared behind him, declaring that they should fetch a lot for this stone in the market. The man turned to his colleague with a smile, asking if he really thought so. Having heard that he had not really liked his find before, the guy immediately stated that he was being honest with him. The creator of the diamond, nicknamed the Master, became the one who created the pink diamond after learning about Philip Montez's love. His unusual creation caused a stir among the nobles, surprising everyone with its atypical color. Deborah also heard the admiring exclamations of the nobles that Philip was going to present him to his crush. Trying to hide her annoyance behind her fan, she asked them again if they were talking about the pink diamond. The guy rejoiced at the success fostered by the competition of noble families for this amazing jewel. All this turned out to be a plan to enrich the Master, who was now quite asking what the deputy head of the guild thought about this. He remembered that the Duke had not been very friendly towards Deborah Seymour for a long time. This influenced the fact that he punished her when she wanted in every possible way to get this diamond. He stroked the approaching animal, hearing from his comrade that he absolutely agreed with him. Looking at the pet with a smile, he mentally summed up that Deborah would not get it. Meanwhile, the Duke was completely immersed in his papers, trying to cope with work matters. He was distracted, finding it suspicious that Deborah was acting so quietly, although she had always been extravagant before. George froze, wondering if she was up to something new. The man remembered that she was even ready to starve, and the more he thought about it, the more he did not like it. Exhaling tiredly, he settled on the fact that he was still not going to dance to her tune. Before he had time to relax, his servant instantly came running to him, turning white with fear. The Duke was surprised, since the guy did not even knock at the entrance to his office. The man turned white as chalk when he hurriedly informed him that Deborah was now digging up the Duchess's rose garden with a shovel. He was so outraged by her action that he immediately jumped up, asking again about what she had done. George immediately headed towards the rose garden, intending to have a serious conversation with the intruder. He was so angry that he already realized that he could no longer tolerate her antics. After a couple of long minutes of finding the rose garden, the first thing he noticed was the elegant Deborah. The man called out to her angrily, intending to express all his dissatisfaction with her action. Deborah waited a couple of seconds and then turned around, flooding him with the beauty of her mother, whom she bore a strong resemblance to. George Seymour was shocked to realize how identical she looked at that moment. Fragments of memories immediately appeared in his head of how his wife greeted him, holding their daughter Deborah in her arms. He tried to pull himself together, so he looked at her critically, asking what she was doing here. Touching the delicate rose petals, she answered with a peaceful smile on her face that she was walking. Adding that she was looking at the roses, she again brought him back to his old warm memories, when his wife stood in front of him in the same way. The man froze, pondering the true motive for such an imitation of his mother. Gritting his teeth, he asked what kind of walk they were talking about. Thinking that she was deliberately behaving this way to anger him, he immediately accused her of only thinking about her stone, after which she asked how a diamond differs from these flowers. Taking the flower in her hands, she said that she did not see the difference between a diamond that does not deteriorate and roses that never fade. Throwing it away, she remembered the important detail that they never fade thanks to magic. Deborah's father was shocked by her behavior, and again asked if for her there really was no difference between a flower and a stone. The girl answered indifferently that these were not the flowers that her mother grew. Continuing her thought, she said that flowers wither in winter and bloom in the evening because this is the quality for which they are loved. He accused her of sophistry, after which she rejected his words, intending to prove the opposite with the help of a letter. Handing it to him, she added that it was the same letter written by her mother. The Duke's hands trembled when in front of him was what he had dreamed of receiving and reading for so long. Touching the paper with his fingers, he felt its structure, as his wife Marianne had always loved to use it. He froze in place, feeling how he was struck on the spot from the very first lines addressed to him. Having read the phrase about flowers withering in winter, which everyone loves because they bloom in summer, he only quietly asked where she found it. Deborah smiled, pointing to the dug hole in which she found these letters. After some time, the girl returned to her room, digesting the latest events. She looked at her trembling palm and again remembered how scared she was. The girl was quietly glad that she had found the letter, since otherwise her father would have destroyed her for such freedom. Deborah recalled the expression on his face at that moment, realizing that it was very dangerous. Fortunately for her, she remembered this moment from the book in which the main character, Mia, was the first to find these letters. At that moment, she was kidnapped by the Seymour twins, after which Rosar took her to the rose garden. He tried to convince her to be with him, assuring her that he would give her all the decorations, as well as this beautiful garden. Angry, he threw her on the grass, asking if she was deliberately provoking him. The green flag for the girl was when she accidentally saw a small chest hidden in the grass next to her. That night, Mia dug up a chest, which contained a whole bunch of letters from the Duchess addressed to her family. Then she went to the Duke and exchanged the chest for her freedom, escaping from the inadequate twins. Deborah wondered whether her action would affect the plot, because in the book, this chest played a very important role. She mentally apologized to Mia for this, promising to save her from the twins in the future. The girl also remembered something strange, since the book described that she dug up letters. Having stumbled upon her mother's personal diary, Deborah did not understand why the main character did not use it. Wandering along the long corridors, she still could not find the answer to this question. Noticing the girl walking slowly, a man who appeared in the corridor called out to her. It turned out to be Deborah's assistant, worried about whether everything was all right with her. Slowly turning around, she looked at him, saying that everything was fine, but she needed to ask him something. After the day came the evening, which the Duke still spent in the arms of the words once written by his wife. He slowly read her melancholic reasoning about how, looking at the winter garden with bare plants, she realized that flowers were more beautiful. The man recalled how he immediately cast a magic spell on the rose garden, wishing that these flowers would never fade. Finding himself in the garden, he understood that he would have found her letters long ago, after the flowers had faded, if the garden had not been enchanted. He smoked his pipe thoughtfully, looking out the window, still trying to get over the idea that he should have read them earlier. Having given permission to enter, he saw Deborah unexpectedly enter the room, rolling a tray. Still reeling from her latest outburst, he showed his reaction to her presence with just one glance. Feeling his scorching gaze, she replied that she decided to check on him, since lately he had not been resting at all. The suspicious appearance of a serious man standing by the window made her think about how good he looks now. With a wry smile, he asked her since when did she worry about him so much. The girl looked at him as if hypnotized, still not recovered from the thought that he was so cool. Noticing that Deborah had fallen silent, George chickened out, asking why she was looking that way. Her eyes widened in surprise after he ordered her to sit down, since all this time it seemed to her that he would drive her away. A couple of minutes after he ordered her to stay, the table was already set and laden with desserts. Noticing that the girl had still achieved a modicum of favor, the worried assistant decided to leave them. Deborah similarly understood that it was better for her to leave here, since at this time the Duke was extremely tired. Trying to lighten the situation, she handed him the prepared dish, offering him something to eat. He stared thoughtfully at the dessert when she said it was the most popular lemon pie in their area. Deborah remembered that her father did not like sweets, but her mother's diary indicated that during the date he always ate only pie. Setting the cup down on the saucer, he coolly replied that he didn't usually prefer to have a snack this late. Piercing one piece of pie onto his fork, he calmly said that she would definitely like this spectacle. Finally, he gave in to his daughter's request and tried the lemon pie prepared for him. The girl felt extreme excitement, watching his impenetrable face, waiting for his feedback. Without commenting on what he had eaten, George put down his fork, asking her about the real reason for her coming. His gaze filled with seriousness as he directly asked if she wanted anything in return for the letter. Deborah looked at her father in confusion when he said that although her find was priceless, he would not follow her lead. Piercing her with a cold word, he declared that if she came because of the pink diamond, then she should leave. A tense silence hung between them, and he added that he was not going to repeat the same thing twice. Trying to maintain her composure, the girl grinned, saying that she was not going to ask him for anything. She then placed an envelope on the table, stating that she wanted to give him something. Taking over the purple envelope, he asked if there was really more than one letter there. Realizing that she did not want to give the exact amount, his face twisted with anger as he thought that she was going to lure the diamond away. Sensing how hot-tempered George was, she said that this was not what she had meant, and that she was going to give them to him gradually. He looked at the letter with annoyance when she said that it would be a shame if he read it all at once. The girl felt with her skin that it was time for her to leave, so she quickly got up and said that she would go to her room. To her surprise, he said that he was tired of this work and had to take a walk. Quickly leaving the office, the man forced her to follow him, at the same time asking why she was standing and not walking. He stated that the tea he brought her was very strong, so next time she should bring cocoa or weekly brewed tea. Closing the door behind her, Deborah was immediately attracted by his phrase, indicating that he wanted to see her. The girl looked at his back, dumbfounded, when, as if nothing had happened, he invited her to see each other more often. After some time, they found themselves together again, connected by letters from the deceased Marion. George reread the new letter once addressed to him with a smile. Deborah silently watched his reaction while devouring the delicious dish. Even though all these letters were not supposed to be delivered this way, she clearly felt like a postman. Deborah continued to watch him, realizing that she had already given 2 letters and there should be at least some progress in their relationship. She was forced to stop her thoughts when George suddenly called out to her. He immediately noticed that she came to him when he was very tired, so he nevertheless decided to unravel the reason for this behavior. Smiling secretly, Deborah felt an inner glee at being able to use her prepared answer. She stated that she was born thanks to the 2 of them, and therefore decided that these letters could become a link between him and his mother. After delaying his answer, the man thoughtfully ran his finger along the lines, asking if she had time on the weekend. Surprised, Deborah answered expectantly that there was, after which he invited her to go somewhere and eat together. The girl agreed, after which he concluded that for some reason she did not look happy. Deborah put on a forced smile, realizing that he immediately understood everything. She understood that all the benefits of this house were the only thing that made her happy. The girl tried to smile as sincerely as possible, assuring him that she was very happy. George asked her in surprise what she would like when she said that they didn't have to go out to communicate. The father asked to let him know if something was bothering her, after which she tried to calm him down, saying that that was not what she meant. Deborah's face flashed with a mixture of joy and relief when she heard that the Duke was expected in the office. She immediately jumped up, preparing to free up her father's time for the upcoming interlocutors. The man was taken aback by how quickly she left the room, leaving him alone. Deborah finally escaped from the room, feeling an inner pleasure from the freedom she felt. She was absolutely exhausted after a one-on-one conversation with such a cold person. Somehow shuffling her feet, the girl trudged to her room, wanting to rest as quickly as possible. To her regret, she unexpectedly met her brother, who reproached her for not even knowing how to walk straight. He stopped and looked arrogantly at his sister, calling her arrogant and vulgar in her expression. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he managed to come from. The young man walked past, deliberately pushing the girl with his shoulder, and finally said that she should behave accordingly. Not knowing that Deborah had been released from punishment, he decided to press her for her wrongdoing, saying that she could be arrested again. He left so quickly that the girl only had time to look at him in bewilderment, asking a silent question. A couple of days later, she finally met with her father on the weekend, choosing one classic establishment for this. Deborah was amazed at the excellent taste of the dishes that George ordered for her. Her attention was still attracted by how deserted the hall looked, which did not go unnoticed by the man. He looked at the girl questioningly when she said that the business was doing poorly. Not understanding him at all, she closed her eyes when he said that this was not a funny joke. Finally, it dawned on her that this restaurant was completely reserved for a man and his daughter. Examining the alcohol in the glass, George directly asked if she had taken the letter today. He honestly shared that he began to feel anticipation and joy every day after she started delivering letters. The girl with a smile confirmed his guess that this was what she wanted to achieve. The man looked at her in surprise when she asked for a little time so that she could give him the letter differently today. Obeying her request, George put down his fork, making her convinced that his children were now his first priority. He works hard every day, and his sons are not attentive enough to notice how tired he is. Deborah saw her father become overwhelmed by a boring and difficult routine. Holding the letter in her hands, the girl smiled sincerely, asking him to close his eyes. He clearly did not understand why this was needed, but she quickly warned him that she would read the letter on her own today. With a wry smile, the cold man asked if she was going to convey all these emotions. The girl was extremely surprised when she saw her father smile for the first time. He still obeyed her request when she again asked him to close his eyes to concentrate. George thought deeply, realizing that he had already heard the lines spoken by her before. After listening, he tried to guess which work this passage was from. After finishing, Deborah asked him how he liked it, after which he replied that Marian would definitely like this verse. The man shared that he likes to read these letters, but listening to them voiced by her is even better. He remembered her appearance, reading the lines that she was now reading her favorite poem by Lanza Schubert. The woman sincerely shared her feelings, saying that if you close your eyes and read it, you can feel the scent of white flowers. After the last sentence that at this moment she always remembers him, he realized that this verse was not in the letter. Guessing what was going on, he looked questioningly at the girl, putting the puzzle together in his head. He realized that Deborah had specifically found the poet's letter in order to read it to him. After that, the girl's father could not say a word, answering her question with one glance about whether he liked it. He completely understood her intention, because if he had simply read the letter without the verse, there would not have been such a strong effect. Meanwhile, Deborah's brother was clearly outraged that she saw her father so often, and he even canceled her punishment. He looked irritably at his servant when he said that even the Duke's servants could not indicate the reason. The young man thoughtfully looked away, calling it extremely strange. He clearly expected her punishment to be more severe after breaking into the rose garden, but instead, she now gets along with her father. The young man coldly stated that if he were in his place, he would immediately eliminate the person who tarnished Seymour's reputation. Speaking about the idea of marrying Deborah, he remembered that his twin brother had already found a candidate for her. In order to get rid of the girl, he was even ready to cooperate with his brother, wanting to marry her to Louis Gazelle. After some time, he met his sister again, taking her by surprise in the middle of the corridor. Not wanting to waste any more time on him, she asked him directly what was the matter. She glared at him indignantly when he asked if something really had to happen. Deborah insisted that he leave, but he suddenly remembered that he had advice for his little sister. She looked at the guy wearily when he again expressed his belief that she made all this fuss because of the guy. The girl clearly didn't understand what he wanted from her when he started saying that he was very worried about her. Finally, he took her by the chin and said that he could introduce her to one person because she had neither intelligence nor talent, but she had looks. Deborah angrily removed his hand, hitting it, asking what exactly he was talking about. Looking anxiously at his hand, he said that she should learn etiquette and not disgrace their family. Smiling wickedly, he mentioned Louis Gazelle, saying that they would soon meet. The girl fell into a precipitate when she remembered that this was the same pervert who pestered the main character. Their eyes met when she told him to stop interfering in her life and give him money if he was so worried. Not wanting to give up, he mentioned her feelings for Philip, saying that such a savage was not up to his level. He arrogantly began to list the noble families to which her path was blocked, but she interrupted him, declaring that she did not want to get married. Clearly not expecting such a turn, he looked at his sister in surprise. Deborah confidently stated that she wanted to be unmarried, which automatically struck him down on the spot. The girl's brother could not fully believe what she said, so he continued to ask about it again and again. He asked her if she really wanted to stop being a noblewoman and go to a monastery, hinting that she herself did not know what she was talking about. Tiredly rubbing the back of his head, he advised never to say such words to anyone again, so as not to destroy their family. Finally, he decided to leave the girl alone, finally declaring that Louis would be a good match for her. Deborah clearly began to seethe with anger when the guy said that he was going to return to this conversation. Fortunately for her, after a couple of minutes, she found herself in her room, taking the cherished position. She cursed, realizing that according to the laws of her empire, all girls must marry after reaching adulthood. Deborah was extremely indignant, but soberly understood that her brother Belek was much more influential than herself. Such a significant difference in their status significantly increased the likelihood of his ill-fated plan being carried out. The girl scared the hell out of the maid when she suddenly ordered her to come to her. She was burning with fear when Deborah said that she wanted to ask her something. Instilling even greater fear with her appearance, she asked what would happen if a daughter from an aristocratic family did not want to get married. The maid wanted to fall into the ground when she declared that no one had ever done this before. Deborah invited her to express her assumptions, after which she replied that this girl could lose her title. She looked ahead detachedly when she confirmed her brother's words that she would first be expelled and then sent to a monastery. Deborah began to fearfully consider her options, realizing that in this case, the ending of the book would be no different from what awaited her. She called it strange that no one had ever given a single refusal before. The maid gasped, remembering something when she asked about what would happen if she was offered a man she didn't like. Deborah beamed when she told her about the time a miss eloped with a commoner. As far as she knew, this girl had accepted the new title and had no problems, but she was a great sorceress. Deborah decided to find out more about her and ask if she received her title because of her contribution to the war. She immediately stopped short, realizing that she did not have any abilities or skills that could distinguish her in society. She was struck by the sudden thought that she would somehow be able to buy herself a title. Immediately, images of the chests filled with jewelry that she currently had appeared in her head. She sadly froze over the table, realizing that this was clearly not enough, because she didn't even have money. The girl realized with annoyance that this would not be enough even to acquire the cheapest title, and she was running out of time. Deborah decided to claim that she was studying at the academy and put off the marriage in order to earn money to avoid it. Like a paranoid person, she immediately closed her chest as soon as she heard the persistent knocking on the door. As it turned out, at such a late time her father came to her, without warning her about his visit. She looked at George in surprise when he directly invited her to talk. The girl immediately agreed, but still did not understand what exactly happened. Thinking that he wanted to talk about marriage, she decided to protect herself by giving him a new letter. Wearily closing his eyes, George declared that he had not come to her for a letter. There was an awkward silence in the room as he told her to say exactly what she wanted. She looked at her father blankly, after which he said that he would give it to her. Deborah replied that she agreed to read letters to him every time the white flowers bloomed and the snow fell. George said that he understood her desire to be a link between him and Marianne, although you couldn't tell it from his face. He also assured her that this was not a test, so she could call whatever she wanted. Deborah understood that her father was not one of those who throw words to the wind, and it was better not to refuse him. He looked at the girl in surprise when she asked him to invest in her business. The girl modestly said that she had one very good idea when he asked if she really wanted to run a business. This came as a real surprise to the man, since he had thought until the end that she would want a pink diamond. The Duke nevertheless came to terms with this thought. So the next thing he asked was how much money she needed. Deborah immediately wrote a sum on a piece of paper and handed it to her father. The man considered this amount to be scanty, so he was surprised that she was going to create a business with her. The girl beamed joyfully when he hesitated and agreed to send her the money. Their fruitful meeting finally ended, after which the Duke left the room and headed to his office. He was still wondering how she even came up with this idea, considering how frivolous her actions were. The man suggested that she finally realized that she could not get the diamond, so she wanted to replace it with something important. Previously, he promised everyone that Deborah would not buy the diamond and did not insist, realizing that his purchase would undermine her father's authority. Without knowing how it all actually happened, George was convinced that she had thought it all through. He was pleased by the unexpected change in her behavior, as well as the fact that she began to think a lot about something. The Duke's heart was filled with pride from understanding how hard his daughter was trying, even though he did not notice it and did not help. Determined, he turned to his assistant, preparing to make an unexpected decision. The Duke ordered that no matter what and no matter how, he buy a pink diamond. A few days later, the expensive decoration was already on the table in front of the girl. Deborah was floored, not understanding how her father could come to such a decision. She skimmed the lines in the letter where her father addresses her, indicating that her kindness should be rewarded. As if stung, the girl opened her eyes in surprise when he wrote that he could not thank her with just some money. She didn't fully understand how it happened that she behaved like a fraud, but in the end she received gifts and compliments. Despite all the spirits of conscience, she still came to the conclusion that it was very convenient to be a villain. Deborah remembered her past human life, where she was always kind to others, but as soon as she was refused, they began to despise her. She thoughtfully twirled the expensive jewelry in her hands, realizing that she had lived her life in vain. Admiring the beauty of the jewelry, she involuntarily thought about whether Philip would kill her if he saw this necklace on her. Deborah thought about selling it, but immediately assumed the reaction of an angry father. In the end, she took another look at the investment she had received from her father and was glad that she had some seed money. Her head was immediately filled with thoughts about how much she could earn and whether the business would help her avoid marriage. The girl was serenely inventing new tasks for herself until one familiar seal caught her attention. Deborah's eyes automatically widened in surprise when she discovered the envelope that had been accidentally left behind. Meanwhile, In the very space where it was placed, the seal had its own orders and affairs. A certain master was congratulated by an important member of the guild on the occasion of the sale of a pink diamond at a high price. He gently stroked his pet's head while asking how much he was sold for. The guy carefully read the documentation provided to him by his accomplice. This is how he learned that the jewel was bought by Duke Seymour and not by Philip, as he had originally expected. Thoughtfully scrolling the coin, he concluded that all his previous expectations were not confirmed. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he had clearly underestimated Deborah Seymour, knowing that she was the daughter of a duke. He turned to Gerard, reminding him that he asked him to keep a closer eye on her, since she was from an influential family. He only apologized, after which the master realized that it seemed that he had missed something. It was not for nothing that he felt a strange premonition, after which he was informed that they had come to him. Although the master was surprised at who it could be, he still immediately used a magic spell. His face immediately took on a pale color and a tired look, indicating a certain sickness of its owner. Having ordered the unexpected guest to go inside, an unknown person in a cloak immediately appeared in his room. Before the unexpected guest had time to walk into the middle of the room, she was immediately hit by a magical wind, tearing off her hood. The master's eyes widened when he recognized her as the same Deborah who had recently surprised him so much. He sternly looked at the girl who entered, trying to guess the motive for her appearance. There was an expected silence between them, revealing a sense of anticipation in the two of them. Deborah looked at her future interlocutor, already knowing that he was a cunning man living in Blanche's lair. The girl understood that their interaction would not be simple, because he is the most skillful and secret character. The reason for her arrival as a minor character was the events that happened just a week ago. She knew that the seal was made by a man named Master Blanche, who had a habit of making seals according to his mood. The stamp he placed showed that he sent her this letter in a good mood, which means he was pleased with the deal. She remembered certain events from the novel, after which she learned about his seal system. That day, the prince came to him and reported that Deborah continued to mock the main character, Mia. The crown prince said he wants to get rid of her, but this is not easy because she is a direct descendant of the Seymour family. Master Blanche smiled when he heard that he was ready to give him whatever he wanted if he could get rid of her. Next, he deliberately spread rumors that he could curse anyone, after which Deborah turned to him. After this, the unsuspecting girl falls into the trap of making herself a cursed doll. While discussing the plan, the crown prince still could not understand what this doll was for. He immediately understood the wizard when he said that thanks to her, Deborah would be accused of blasphemy. He immediately caught his idea, agreeing that even their noble family could not do anything against the saints. Deciding to proceed with the plan, the prince asked him to review the documents provided to him. He also mentioned that he would add a piece of land for this to make him happy. While Master Blanche was busy with the seal, he happily talked about how he could finally get rid of this woman. Noticing an interesting object, he said in surprise that it was the first time he had seen this cat's seal on him. Replying that he puts her on either when he is pleased with a deal or at special moments, the prince asked him if he liked this girl. He only answered with a smile that she simply reminded him of the cat from this seal. Having finished his explanation, he lovingly scratched his predatory cat behind the ear. Hearing the question of why her tail was raised, he replied that he would ask him for 9 gold and 99 silver coins. Deborah thought thoughtfully about how many heights the prince achieved only thanks to the master, without having any special skills. Despite the fact that he was always the most popular, no one would still be interested in him if it weren't for Blanche. After thinking about it for a couple more seconds, an unexpected thought dawned on her mind. She beamed joyfully, realizing that she could similarly use the services of Master Blanche. Deborah lacked someone she could trust because of her reputation, so she wanted to ask for his help. She hoped that they would create a wonderful tandem, since he would do everything for money, and she only has money. The girl carefully reread the contract, preparing for their upcoming meeting. A week later, she found herself in the Atra region, at the same time making sure that this area was developing well. What Deborah especially liked about her trip was that everything was so conveniently distributed here. An entrepreneurial streak was gradually emerging in her, giving rise to thoughts that this was an ideal place for investment. She carefully looked around the house that appeared in front of the carriage when she was informed of her arrival. The girl already knew that now this place is unknown to everyone, but after the sale of the diamond it will become the most famous in the capital. Walking inside, Deborah could already smell that success. She immediately notified the servants that she was going to talk to the owner about the pink diamond. Hearing an offer to take her inside, she refused, knowing that she had to tell the password to the owner so that no one would hear them. The servant froze upon hearing her statement that she intended to make a deal with the seventh fang of the golden dragon. Deborah was completely unsure whether he would believe it, but the man still accepted her words. The girl breathed out a sigh of relief when he agreed to take her to the door. Finding herself in front of the magician, she realized that at that time, she did not know that the jewelry store was connected to the tower. Looking dispassionately at the guest, he said that he did not expect to see her here. To Deborah's unpleasant surprise, a predatory beast was slowly approaching her, looking at her as if she were its prey. The girl tried to force herself to be calm until the end, because she was convinced that she couldn't look scared. Deborah's self-control was quickly running out when she found herself just a couple of centimeters away from the predator. The big cat noticeably slowed down as it approached her pocket, which it subsequently sniffed contentedly. Deborah clearly did not appreciate this gesture, so she automatically held her breath in anticipation of the animal's actions. The girl's plan still worked, and the predator collapsed contentedly to the floor, exposing her soft belly. Her unusual behavior caused a heap of emotions in all three, causing relief in the girl, shock in the man, and happiness in the animal. Realizing that she almost screamed, Deborah still leaned over to pet her new friend. The best assistant in taming the animal was Catnip, which she was very glad to have. Master Blanche was so shocked by what he saw that at first he could not utter a word. He decided to attract the guest's attention by moving the sofa towards her, using only his magical power. The girl was surprised at what a cute name such a terrifying cat had, which he called Cookie. Blanche was annoyed by such an immodest behavior of her favorite, which immediately aroused in her a feeling of guilt. When asked what she did to Cookie, Deborah put on her most serious expression as she told him to pay him 99 gold pieces. The magician was taken aback when he realized that the girl he had seen for the first time was using his own technique. The girl continued to keep her cool even after he burst into laughter. While he was trying to recover from her words, she was already examining him with might and main, comparing her expectations with reality. Deborah was extremely surprised that he looked bigger than some of the soldiers, with such broad shoulders. She kept trying to figure out who he really was, while he openly shared that she was the first one to pique his curiosity. The girl continued to try to keep a cold expression on her face, listening to what he forgot even for a second what he was doing here. Hearing the question about what she came for, she immediately replied that she would first like to know information about Louis Gazelle. Like a robot, the magician immediately answered that he was the eldest son of a local lord who owned an estate on the western border. Deborah was surprised to finally realize that he lived in the west. She immediately figured that the Seymour mansion was in the east, which indicated Belec's desire to send her as far as possible. Mentally wanting to beat her brother for such an expulsion, she folded her hands in displeasure, saying that she did not need ordinary information. With a wave of his hand, he began to dictate his terms in exchange for information about the man's weaknesses. Smiling contentedly, he directly hinted at her need to pay by folding his fingers in the shape of a coin. The girl looked at him wearily, realizing that he wanted to get paid more. With just a wave of her hand, she disdainfully threw the contents of her pocket onto the table. Glancing arrogantly at the magician, she declared that this should be enough for their entire conversation. The man was taken aback to see how easily she provided him with a whole bag of jewelry. Deborah understood that the most important thing for everyone was to make a good first impression. The girl defiantly poured the contents onto the table, saying that he was giving her information and she was giving him money. She recalled one episode from the novel, making sure that she should act as calmly as possible when giving money. Seeing the surprise on his face, she mentally asked whether he would cooperate with her after this or not. Accepting the stones with magical power, he said that he had no reason to refuse her after such a sincere appeal. Grinning contentedly, he glanced piercingly at Deborah, asking a rhetorical question about who in this world has no weaknesses. His facial expression made such an impression on her that she immediately felt that even if Louis had no weaknesses, he himself would make them. Gathering her will into a fist, she remembered that because of this nimble magician, her character ended up in a monastery in the novel. Realizing that he would be a beneficial ally, she said that she would also like to talk about buying his product. The girl's expectations clearly did not come true when he began to bargain with her without even hearing the question posed. She further stated that she would like to know the approximate cost, after which he immediately began to write on paper. The girl readily took the outstretched sheet in her hands and quickly ran her eyes over it, looking for the treasured numbers. She was truly stunned to finally get what she was looking for. Deborah wanted to fall into the ground and run away when she found out that he wanted as much as 10 billion. The girl's hands trembled when she remembered that she had initially counted on a maximum of 1 billion. She understood that the price was so high that in her previous life, she would not have been able to earn such an amount even in her entire life. The reluctance to become poor fought with a strong lack of desire to marry the pervert Louis and live with him in the north. He sarcastically noted that this was not such a high price for someone who recently bought a necklace from her that was equal to an entire mansion. The magician was surprised when she announced her third desire to exchange these pink diamonds for gold coins, reminding her that she wanted the diamonds so much that she even went hungry and was under house arrest. He doubted her decision. Master Blanche was even more surprised when she directly stated that he should pay her in jewelry if he wanted to hear an answer. His self-confidence caused the magician to smile, so he nevertheless decided to accept the course of the game. Despite her outward bravado, Deborah was inwardly extremely frightened and glad that his mood had not worsened. Reminding herself that she was the daughter of a duke, the girl tried to pull herself together despite the fact that he was a master. She knew one thing that he should not guess about her plans, since he would immediately want to take away her most precious thing. Smiling awkwardly, the young man asked her if she was going to sell the necklace without her father's permission. He reminded her that her father would immediately become aware of her going to auction, after which he casually mentioned the option so as not to offend him and sell it. The girl froze in unpleasant surprise when he said that for this, she would have to give the jewelry to him. Deborah was clearly not happy with this option, knowing that Blanche wanted to buy it for half the price. Looking shrewdly at the girl, the magician internally rejoiced at how cleverly he was able to change his position. In Deborah's head, the image of a diamond divided into two immediately arose, which caused even more indignation. The girl was beside herself with the realization that she had been deceived by a real fraudster. Folding her arms across her chest, she bluntly called his proposal nonsense, calling the deal unprofitable. Hearing that she wanted to save only 10%, he said that soon there would be another batch of such stones on the market. He made a convincing argument, insisting that if she gave them the diamond, they could sell it for double the price. Handing the caught coin to the girl, he confidently stated that it would be beneficial for her to cooperate with him. Smiling wryly, Deborah understood that this was true, since only now would she be able to profitably get rid of him before prices fell. Not wanting to give in, she said that she agreed to give him only 30%, after which he agreed on the condition that she would tell what she did to Cookie. Realizing that all this time the predatory cat had been doing nothing but rubbing against her pocket, she again became indignant at how difficult it was with him. She knew that in their city, catnip is used only as a medicine, so the residents did not know about this use. Deborah was sure that Cookie was very dear to him, so she should hold his interest. He looked at the girl in confusion when she said that in this case they leave it 50-50ths. The magician suddenly asked her if there was an effective way to use the fund, hidden from payment. The girl sadly noted that despite the jewelry and money, she could not use them without the knowledge of the Duke. Since unmarried girls cannot open their own bank account, she is now unable to save her money. Realizing that the girl was limited in her actions, the man clearly hinted that he knew about her weaknesses. Deborah looked ahead wearily, feeling how he had cleverly outwitted her again. Realizing that she was losing control, the girl decided to use her last secret weapon, which she did not want to give up. She knew that he would like this stone since it was difficult to mine and immediately sent to the magic tower. Agreeing with how valuable this thing was, he presented the girl with a mysterious bag with one wave of his hand. Deborah held it in her hands thoughtfully, trying to understand what it was. He explained that it combines the energies of expansion, space, and summoning so that many coins can be put into it. The girl was delighted with such a gift, having learned that the risk of losing it is very small, since it can be summoned with the palm of your hand. She was overjoyed with such a multifunctional pocket safe. Seeing her reaction, he finally asked her to sign the contract. The girl's attention was drawn to the confidentiality clause, which stated not to disclose the contract to anyone. Realizing again that from now on she could safely accumulate gold in her bag, Deborah immediately signed the contract. Handing him the papers, she immediately asked if there was any limit on the amount of gold she could store. She suddenly realized what she had done by talking so calmly to him about the operations involved in secretly hiding the gold. Looking at his blank expression, the girl wondered whether he would keep his mouth shut or not. Deborah decided to show him her interest by saying that if she were him, she would have already bought the island and created a ghost company. She also explained that gold bars can be stored on the island without any problems, and with the help of the company, they can be used. Master Blanche was clearly interested in her idea, as evidenced by his sudden thoughtfulness. The girl thought about his words when he said that it would be even better to travel with a 9th-grade wizard. Hearing the answer that this was impossible, he said that it would be very good, because then he would be able to do something more than this bag. The magician said that as a token of gratitude for such an idea, he would provide her with a bribe fund absolutely free of charge. There was an awkward pause between them, after which he finally put his stamp on the contract. Deborah was surprised to see its color reflecting his mood. Having recognized the drawing of a swan, she assumed that the master was dissatisfied with the deal and might not want to cooperate with her. The man handed her a business card, recommending that she not visit the area again so that everything would go smoothly. Deborah carefully read the text, noticing in surprise that there was a pastry shop on Jones Street, which he suggested. Assuming that this popular store belonged to him, she realized that he was very rich. The master affectionately replied that he was always glad to have wealthy clients when she asked if she could contact him. Deborah smiled goodbye while pulling on her cloak and promising to see her again. Sometime after the girl left the office, he was finally able to relax, taking on his true appearance. He looked thoughtfully at the abandoned contract, realizing that she had appeared extremely suddenly, leaving her no other choice. After his expectations were shattered by reality, he could not contain his curiosity as to who Deborah was. The magician recalled her facial features, thinking that despite her arrogance, she behaved with dignity and intelligence. He was particularly amused by her business idea of buying an island with a tax deduction and creating a ghost company. He immediately thought of a variant of this plan in the Helai Mountains, where it would not be easy for the emperor to monitor the manipulations of the accounting department. The master was mentally surprised that it was she who came up with this, not understanding how someone could come up with such a thing. He also didn't expect that her behavior would be so unpredictable that she would bargain like the crown prince. The young man remembered how she overcharged him with 99 zlotys, demanding to pay for her answers. The magician concluded that she was very different from what he had heard about her before. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a man appearing in the middle of the room. He turned out to be Miguel, a vassal of the Visconti family, who invited him to personally find out information about Deborah Seymour. Smiling, he only replied that he was unlikely to be able to pass by such an entertaining person. The vassal immediately decided to confirm the guess that the magician himself was going to conduct an investigation, seeing her at the academy. He was noticeably surprised to learn that he was still not going to refuse to attend the academy, wanting to improve his relationship with Deborah. Hearing that he wanted to find out for free about what the girl did to his pet, he immediately thought that this was the reason. The master was surprised by Miguel's question about how he was going to get closer to her, after which he asked if he had even seen his face. Seeing his master's narcissism, he asked forgiveness for asking a stupid question. Taking out his magic bracelet, he also ordered Miguel to get ready to go to the academy. Finally, he asked to call the deputy of the guild into his office to add another stone to the bracelet. Changing his appearance again, he named the color lavender with a smile when he asked what kind of stone it was. Finally, 10 days later, Deborah decided to go to the address indicated on that same business card. Driving through an empty lane, the girl involuntarily thought about the profitability of a possible business at such a point. She was suddenly pulled out of her stream of thoughts by the view from the window, dazzling with sunlight. The girl noticed with annoyance how quickly it was coming, indicating the imminent start of the school year at the academy. She analyzed the future educational process, realizing that the main difficulty would be contact with the main character. Upon arrival, Deborah decided to proceed with the real purpose of her visit, checking the prevailing situation in the successful Mazanda. The girl immediately noticed how many people had arrived to try the limited number of delicious sweets. She also noticed the success of the master's business strategy, aimed at exclusivity and limited quantities. After the waitress appeared, Deborah still decided to place an order, having previously examined the items in stock. Without thinking twice, she pointed her finger at the name on the menu, telling him to bring her the specified coffee drink. The girl tried to dissuade her from this specific option, but Deborah insisted on her own, wanting to try it out. She beamed when she saw the tray with a magnificent dessert that evoked real gourmet anticipation. Preparing for the fact that cake and fresh coffee would create a great combination, the girl reached for the cup, taking the coveted sip. She was stunned when the waitress's warnings turned out to be true, and the coffee turned out to be extremely disgusting. The chosen drink had a terribly bitter aftertaste, was tasteless and smelled terrible. Deborah couldn't help but wonder if they had roasted the coffee beans incorrectly or brewed the coffee improperly. As she continued to brainstorm ideas for her business, she immediately realized that this option would not be suitable for her future business. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the loud conversation of a group of friends at the next table, discussing a certain rumor. After listening to a couple of remarks, Deborah assumed that we were talking about another academic celebrity who makes girls fall in love. The image of the heir to the title of the head of the Orgo family, named Deer, with impressive fencing skills, immediately appeared in her head. She remembered that this was another character with whom the main character communicated, with whom he would be in love. One of the girls said that this guy is very cool, but she would still like to chat with Philip. She noticed that he had outstanding skills and magnificent red hair, which aroused her admiration. Hearing this, Deborah grimaced, not understanding where they saw his unprecedented beauty. She involuntarily hit the table with her fork when one of them started talking about how she would like to meet Deborah Seymour. She wanted to bang her forehead on the table, hearing about what a smart and noble guy he was, and how sorry they were that he graduated from the academy. The last straw came when their fan circle was closed by the phrase about the desire to meet Isidore Visconti. Deborah was completely broken by a feeling of shame for other people's preferences, not understanding how they could be attracted to these guys. She still didn't understand what was going on with these girls, talking so frivolously about their feelings for guys. All this gave her a feeling of sticky disgust, provoked by the discussion of the unknown Isidore. The brightly dressed girl sentimentally reasoned that it would be better if she died but saw the face of this man. Deborah's head was spinning after all their discussions about his appearance, for which one of them slept all winter to see him in her dreams. While eating a rare dessert, the girl was again forced to listen when she heard a discussion about the sold diamond. They all looked at each other enviously, realizing that now the same Deborah Seymour had become his owner. The girls animatedly discussed the fact that after this she would definitely turn up her nose, and this whole situation was disgusting. She awkwardly pulled on her hood, listening to the fact that as a psychopath, this necklace did not suit her and would not hide her squalor. They also discussed how she had recently stolen a certain Mrs. Helen, forcing her to work on an order despite the queue. Deborah frantically tried to remember the face of the seamstress they were talking about until her image appeared in her head. The elegant-looking lady continued to brazenly say that such arrogance were unacceptable for the nobility. Her insults did tug at Deborah's heartstrings when they started talking about her mediocrity and ineptitude in magic. She felt resentment for her character, realizing that making fun of her main complex was a cruel act. Deborah's ardent opponent was ready to fire off another barb, but stopped when she saw something amiss. As if anticipating possible negative consequences after what was said, she invited the ladies to drink tea. Her action caused the girl to become even more angry, realizing that she did not want to talk about other members of the Seymour family, but she spoke very unkindly about Deborah. Feeling a rising pang of anger, she stood up, wanting to return home as soon as possible, but accidentally touched the cup. Deborah mentally cursed, realizing that if she crashed, those around her would definitely notice her. All her fears were confirmed, and the cup hit the floor with a crash, attracting the attention of everyone around, including their group. They were clearly not prepared for what they were about to see, causing one of them to immediately burst into surprise. Deborah visibly frightened them with her appearance after they had washed her bones for a long time. She herself did not want to come into conflict with this group of girls and continued to blame herself for the fact that everything happened exactly like that. Despite this, Deborah still decided to defend herself, realizing that she had no right to miss such statements from girls below her in status. Deborah Seymour no longer wanted to live like a rag, so she looked at them angrily, saying that she heard everything. She immediately made it clear that she knew everything from beginning to end, which automatically forced her to come up with excuses. Not knowing what to say next, the girl decided to approach them to stall for time, but stepped on spilled coffee. She still managed to maintain her balance and fall, but she still turned the table over, throwing it forward. Deborah looked around with caution, realizing that she didn't want to do this, but still came to the conclusion that it was even better. She was radically determined to teach all these shameless girls a lesson, trembling with fear of the one they were discussing. Wanting to demonstrate her hot ardor, she approached the girl, declaring that she had heard them talking about her. The envious woman was so frightened that she tried to justify her inappropriate behavior in tears. Scorching her with her gaze, she mockingly asked why she stuttered when just recently she had rattled off so confidently. Deborah bluntly stated that if they can't say anything to their face, then they shouldn't even open their vile mouth. The two girls babbled guiltily, profusely apologizing, but their friend clearly did not agree with this. She still decided to put in her 2 cents, trying to reproach Deborah for taking the designer right before Mrs. Birthday. Before she had time to finish saying that everyone considered her action to be incorrect, Deborah immediately poured coffee on her. The girl directly reminded her that she was much lower in status and a priori had no right to discuss her. Having poured every last drop on the offender's head, Deborah said with a smile that she could show her what it means to cross the line. Unable to withstand such pressure from the girl, they promptly left the confectionery shop, again asking for forgiveness. She was finally alone, feeling her whole body trembling after this unpleasant scene where she had to say such things. Deborah glanced at the fellow observers standing behind her and immediately concluded that her behavior was in keeping with the character. She understood that after this, a meeting with the master could be difficult, so it should be postponed and ended there. Meanwhile, the master himself was extremely surprised when he was informed about the incident caused by his recent client. He was so struck by the suddenness of her action that he even looked up from writing the scrolls to find out what happened. He thought deeply when he heard that she had quarreled with the daughter of Count Ait and eventually brought her to tears. The magician clearly overestimated Deborah, suggesting that she was smarter than he thought and acted in such a way as to force him to work hard. Miguel was clearly unhappy with his conclusion, since he absolutely did not understand how he could come to this. The master logically assumed that she decided to come herself to talk with him about the speed of fulfilling his obligations. Cookie listened with all her might to him talking about Deborah, hoping that she would come and play with her soon. In the end, she felt disappointed when she realized that they were simply gossiping about her motives. The magician looked at his favorite in a daze when she became noticeably angry because of the lack of attention given to her. The wild cat was so dissatisfied that she instantly tore the parchment that her owner had been working on all this time. Aware that she had been acting very strangely since Deborah arrived, he was fiercely determined to find out what she had done to her. Meanwhile, the unknown dungeon had its own negative, dangerous atmosphere. Upon learning that his minion had missed the pink diamond, Philip was beside himself with rage, beating him until he bled. He still took a break to ask the man standing behind him if Miss Mia had arrived at his mansion. Philip was unpleasantly surprised by his negative answer and, inquiring about the reason, learned that she had many patients. He was surprised to notice that she treated them even on her birthday, knowing that everyone needed her and considered her to be the incarnation of a saint. All those affected by various ailments are very pleased with her divine powers, which she uses in the treatment process. The guy angrily threw a bloody towel at the servant, indignant at his lack of understanding of her altruistic actions. Using his magical power, he confidently stated that if he had such power, he would not have suffered like this. Despite this, Philip still liked the fact that she was not like everyone else, because she was not interested in either power or money. After some time, Mia nevertheless visited his house and sat calmly at the table, thanking him for the invitation. The guy obviously made sure that the best dishes were prepared for their evening together. As if he had forgotten how cruel he had been just a couple of hours ago, Philip smiled at his beloved birthday girl with all his might. Mia Binocha awkwardly mentioned that she forgot about her birthday, which no one reminded her about. Considering that no one congratulated her this year, she was glad from the bottom of her heart, feeling his care. Feeling a surge of pride, Philip looked at the girl and said that it was beautifully said. In the end, they were forced to move from sentimentality to food after Mia's stomach made a high-pitched sound. Burning with embarrassment, she asked for forgiveness, because before she had not been able to eat for the whole day due to her workload. The guy was not at all embarrassed by this incident, so he decided to unobtrusively change the topic of conversation, talking about his upcoming studies. She was overjoyed when she learned that Philip had helped her study at the best academy of her dreams. Looking pleased, he solemnly handed her his main gift in the form of an expensive, heavenly-colored jewelry. She initially refused, insisting on future training at the academy, but he continued to convince her to accept the jewel. He felt that it did not produce as much of an impression as the diamond, which is why she still refused it. The desired scenario immediately appeared in his mind, where Mia squeaks with joy upon seeing the pink diamond. He fantasized about how much she would be touched by his act of showing how much he loved and appreciated her. Dreaming of how she would benefit him, he also dreamed of a passionate dance together that would promote feelings. Philip was extremely dissatisfied with the situation, as his illusions were forced to be shattered by the fact that he simply did not have enough money. He frantically continued to look for someone to blame for his failure, immediately settling on Deborah. The guy cut the steak irritably, mentally accusing her of constantly minding her own business, and this decoration does not suit her. In the end, the languid dinner came to an end, after which Mia sat calmly at the window of her house. The girl emotionally examined the space around her, realizing that she was very tired. She was noticed by a woman who quietly entered the room, who was immediately surprised by the melancholic appearance of the previously joyful girl. Calling her Ophelia, Mia stated that she was looking at flowers, after which she abruptly started talking about the change in the weather. Taking the gifted necklace in her hands, she put it on the girl, simultaneously learning that it was given by Philip Montes. Having finished the procedure, Ophelia stepped aside, plunging Mia even deeper into doubt. Apparently, she herself realized the meagerness of this decoration, indicating a lack of refined taste. Mia listened thoughtfully to the fact that if you put it on with an old dress, everyone would definitely laugh and say that this was expected from the daughter of a fallen aristocrat. Ophelia left the girl, finally stating that with the pink diamond, everything could have been different. Feeling the full weight of the words thrown by her mother, the girl only sadly looked at the letter about admission to the academy. Her face was filled with a mass of unexpressed feelings and emotions experienced as a result of recent events. A few days later, Deborah was already getting ready for the upcoming school day. Approaching the mirror, the girl herself was shocked at how magnificent an image she managed to create. She literally could not tear herself away from the mirror, admiringly examining her magical appearance. On the eve of such an important day, she again scared the hell out of the girl who had prepared all these dresses. In the end, Deborah was so fascinated that she herself did not realize that she had pushed the massive mirror. She looked at her hands in surprise, realizing for the first time how strong her body was, distinguished by its endurance. Deborah nevertheless agreed that in order to do evil, it takes a lot of strength, which is why she was given such a strong body. She readily turned to the butler when she heard that a carriage was waiting for her in front of the mansion. Despite her magnificent image, she did not want to go at all and delayed this moment, looking at the carriages near the house. She looked down carefully, trying to understand whose carriage it was, standing next to hers. Ultimately, her gaze was drawn to a nicely dressed boy, looking warily at the servant's hands. After a pause, Deborah concentrated on his face, gradually recognizing her own features. At first, she had difficulty remembering the one she so rarely sees until she recognized him as Enrique Seymour. After a couple of minutes, the boy still felt Deborah's piercing gaze directed directly at him. Before she could think about how cute he was, his eyes immediately filled with a mixture of contempt and disgust. The girl was instantly taken aback, not understanding the reason why she could have caused such a change in the boy's mood. She stretched out in shock by the window, realizing that because of her previous actions, even this child hated her. Unlike Deborah, Enrique is a genius, ranked first among the most gifted and talented magicians in the Magic Tower. Looking at how the boy was praised, Deborah was obsessed with the thought that she could not do anything. All this time, she was consumed by a feeling of inferiority, since even a child could master magic at such a level. The girl continued to reflect, not understanding how she could mock a child like that. She realized that the root of the problem was that she was constantly compared to her brothers, bringing about huge complexes. Even so, she still didn't understand how anyone could hate such a cutie. Finally, after some time, they finally reached the Horn District, where the Imperial Palace and Academy are located. The girl looked out the window in shock, seeing a bunch of carriages standing in a row forming a huge queue. Realizing that they had been waiting all this time, Deborah realized that they should have left earlier. Fortunately for her, several servants approached the carriage, talking about something inaudibly to the coachman. Seeing how abruptly they turned onto the open road, she felt the delicious taste of power as she left the line. The girl was delighted with how quickly they got out of this situation just because of her status as a noble person. All the students present in the audience were shocked to finally see the terrifying Deborah. At first, she modestly opened the door, slowly walking inside in her magnificent Gothic outfit. Thinking about where she should sit, she stared critically at the two guys sitting right in her favorite place. They were frightened by how much she glared at them, thinking that she was extremely hostile. In the end, as soon as she looked at them, they immediately moved away, which caused a certain degree of discontent in the girl. Deborah came to the unpleasant conclusion that no matter where she went, everyone else was wary of her. The girl was forced to distract herself from pressing problems when a new student entered the office. It turned out to be the self-confident Philip, who appeared in the company of Mia Benoshi. She looked warily at the representative of the Montes clan, feeling a strange impulse in her body. Philip himself drew attention to the girl whom he had recently condemned for destroying his plans. The girl looked down, trying to understand why her body gave such a reaction, as if it were a coded program. She automatically remembered their first meeting, when she was caught in a dangerous situation involving a fire. Everyone was running around in a panic, screaming about a fire because her dress was set on fire by the candle flame. She was unexpectedly saved by Philip, who kindly extinguished this flame with his magic. Even though he did it out of politeness, Deborah still fell in love with him, thinking of him as her hero. Since then, she began to run after him, trying to conclude an engagement, but Philip rejected her in every possible way, hurting the girl's pride. She looked at the guy warily again, realizing that in the past, she had not behaved quite correctly. Despite this, she still didn't understand the reason why he was staring at her like that. To her surprise, Philip courageously covered Mia with himself, thinking that Deborah was going to hurt her. The girl was beside herself with how absurd this gesture was on his part. Trying to understand what happened, Mia looked out from behind her admirer, pleasantly surprised by the sitting girl. Deborah similarly shared her sentiments, marveling at how innocent she was in her beauty. Philip himself was surprised by the unexpected spark of sympathy that arose between the two girls. Mia Benoshi caught his attention by talking admiringly about how many beautiful and sophisticated people there were in the capital. He couldn't understand what she was talking about until his chosen one pointed to a sitting girl with purple hair. Philip clearly did not share her delight at hearing about Deborah's true insides. He still couldn't understand why she was so calm, given her passion for showing off and provoking. Meanwhile, she was just peacefully looking at the view from the window, not even thinking about his guess that she was trying to attract attention in this way. In the end, the guy finally came to the conclusion that she looked very elegant and pretty. He felt caught and jumped in place when Mia pulled him back, noticing that he was in the clouds. Deciding to redirect her attention, he deftly took her hand, playfully declaring that she was much more beautiful and elegant. Deborah mentally suffered from hearing all this, realizing that she wanted to sleep more and more. In the end, the girl fell asleep right in class, absolutely not embarrassed by the teacher and everyone else. Vague fragments of her past life, where she was gullible and unremarkable, were still flashing through her head. She looked at the guy in surprise when he unexpectedly invited her to go and eat at his expense. He still insisted, and they had lunch together until he suddenly announced that he wanted coffee, knowing that she would pay. Her mood immediately changed when the guy said he wanted a new drink that was twice the price of their breakfast. Deborah opened her eyes in fear, as if she had woken up from a terrible dream that had been tormenting her for many years. She instantly stood up but suddenly felt her head hit an unknown object. This object turned out to be the same handsome guy who boldly reminded her that the lesson was over. The girl looked around in surprise, suddenly catching herself thinking about how this guy could be so handsome. Despite his deliberately friendly appearance, Deborah rudely asked him who he was. Trying to smooth things over, he asked her if she really didn't know who he was, which immediately caused a heap of attempts to remember. After a couple of long seconds, he finally realized her bewilderment and introduced himself, calling himself Isidore Visconti. Deborah remembered that it was he who turned out to be the favorite of all those girls, and suggested that he would be successful in Korea. Having asked him what exactly he wanted, she stared at the sheets of material he held out. An association immediately arose in her memory with the same guy who had cruelly used her before. Deborah stopped short, realizing that she had met that scoundrel in exactly the same way. To her surprise, he only asked if she had a nightmare, given the way she frowned in her sleep. Isidore deliberately approached his acquaintance, almost insisting that they have lunch or drink tea. Not understanding the reason for his friendly behavior, Deborah rose from her seat, declaring that she did not have time. Before he could make an attempt to detain her, she immediately slipped out of the office. Embarrassed, Deborah herself did not understand how she left the office, because his presence caused her great excitement. Realizing what was happening to her, she immediately called herself an idiot, since at one time she became an ATM for that guy. The girl wearily tore the hair on her head, catching herself thinking that she would ruin her family if she fell for Isidore's bait. Meanwhile, the guy himself was clearly dissatisfied with the result of their meeting, which was unsuccessful. Standing behind him, Miguel awkwardly asked if he was going to have lunch with someone, causing him to think that he was mocking him. Isidore was not going to put up with his statement about the method not working, declaring that his beauty could not fail to work. He dimmed when the assistant started talking about how he wasn't Deborah's type, and that she liked Philip better. He recalled that she was so crazy that she even tried to spread rumors about their wedding. Isidore noted displeasedly that it was she who started these rumors, trying to attract a guy. Realizing that he felt upset, he said that he still had a lot of things in store, so there was no point in clinging to beauty. After listening to Miguel's assumption about the first failure, he confidently stated that he had not even begun to show his charm. Sometime later, Deborah's day began with her perplexedly standing at a stand with information about clubs. Due to the fact that their academy is based on social learning, and for this reason they created social clubs. She mused thoughtfully about how all the nobles wanted to join a prestigious social club and improve their reputation. The main difference was that men joined fraternities and women joined sororities. She also recalled that in the story, her character tried to intimidate Mia at a sorority and ruined her reputation. Deborah knew that to join you had to have a good reputation and character, as well as be from a good family. She understood that she had neither one nor the other, because of which she could end up in a poor class and cause condemnation. The consequence of this terrible incident could be an even more terrible wedding with Louis Gazelle. The girl again began to hysterically pull her hair, feeling increased pain in her head due to all these thoughts. She was forced to look away from her problems when she heard a sudden squeal from the crowd of ladies. Deborah took a closer look, seeing that handsome guy among them all. She looked at this whole picture in bewilderment, trying to understand what was happening here. Deborah froze, hypnotized by one important detail in everything that was happening. She noticed that in this new coat, he looked so impressive and attractive, as if she saw some kind of halo of magic behind him. Before she had time to flee the scene, his gaze was immediately drawn to Deborah standing in the backyard. Their perplexed glances unexpectedly crossed, provoking a new burst of surprise. Isidore burned her with his gaze so noticeably that she could not move from her place from awkwardness. She was forced to be even more surprised when, for no apparent reason, he began to joyfully wave his hand at her, greeting her. She gasped in surprise, not understanding what exactly he wanted from her and why he greeted her so openly. Noticing his attentive gaze, she also assumed that he could see that she was looking at him. To the surprise of all the girls present, he casually invited Deborah to drink tea if she had time. The girl tried to brush it off, reminding him that he already had someone to drink tea with. But he stopped this by saying not to worry about other people. Noticing her incredulity, he said that he was very sorry to hear her refusal. She looked at him in surprise when she heard him say that he wanted to discuss joining a social club with her. Despite trying to keep her attention with conversation, Deborah still suggested they reschedule the conversation for later. Having agreed to a small advance, he replied with a smile that he would wait for this moment. Meanwhile, it was time for a new class for the girl, where most of the students again decided to drop her out. She happily noticed that the more she ignores everyone, the more everyone is afraid of her. Everyone was forced to fall silent when they saw two teachers modestly enter the office. After analyzing the gait of one of them, she assumed that he was an engineering student. The girl was thinking about her career prospects without mastering magic until she heard a noticeable knock. A stern professor of magic formulas appeared before them, standing in the middle of a pile of papers. He immediately decided to intimidate the students, saying that those who had no desire to study would have a very difficult time in his subject. Kyle thought the best solution was to give them an easy test, after which they could leave. Deborah felt frightened, realizing that with her knowledge it would be very difficult for her to pass it. She immediately assumed her father's reaction if she changed her major and chose a different path. The girl frantically tried to come up with a way out of this situation, until one important detail attracted her attention. Looking at the examples written on the board, she herself was surprised at why they were so easy. Sometime after writing the test, the professor commented in bewilderment on the perfectly correct form. Another assistant modestly replied that this was the form of Deborah, who apparently had someone else solve the problems for her. Not believing that she could write the test herself, Kyle frantically thought about how he could punish her for cheating. To his surprise, they still told him that she was the first to write the test and left without contacting others. Still not believing that she had such knowledge, Kyle disdainfully threw her form on the floor. He trampled on him, saying that she was simply lucky, including being born into the Seymour family. In the meantime, the girl decided to improve her knowledge by studying the necessary materials in the library. The employee assigned to the library immediately asked her what exactly she was looking for here. Deciding to inject the girl, he arrogantly said that there were only books about magic, and there were no romance novels popular among ladies. Deborah was outraged at how he dared to talk to her and decided to express her outrage. She turned around and pierced him with her cold gaze, accusing him of being slow-witted. Having accused him of arrogance, she said that he was not competent enough in this matter to give her advice. She smiled slyly when he invited her to test him by ordering her to name any book. The servant was taken aback by her pressure when she named a book on different types of formulas of the third class, and he must quickly find it. Deborah understood that he would not be able to find her and gave him a disappointed look. Finally, she waved her finger triumphantly, saying that he had only heard too many rumors about her. After some time, Deborah finally achieved her original goal and sat thoughtfully among the books. She understood that that servant had no manners, and she weakly taught him a lesson, causing her to think that she would soon become a rag. Deborah nevertheless changed her mind, remembering the face of the frightened butler. She finally started studying the material after being surprised at how big the book was. The girl thoughtfully turned over the many pages occupied by the appeal and the introductory part. In the end, she still found a page with the treasured third-grade magic formula. She remembered that quite a long time ago, in order for the archmage to fully use his magic, he had to study specific formulas. The girl thoughtfully leafed through the pages, getting acquainted with the very formulas used in ancient times. She came to the conclusion that high magic is a geometric progression according to what was written in the book. Its summary contained a list of actions necessary to transform magic into a material sphere. Thus, she realized that magic was very closely related to the mathematics she studied during her engineering studies. She mentally rejoiced at her mathematics education, because it was thanks to this that she was able to solve the test. Despite this, she still couldn't understand why there were no specific formulas in this book. She was brought out of her thoughts by an unexpected guest, who instantly caused a wave of surprise in the girl. She slowly looked out, trying to detect the newcomer with her eyes, but was surprised to see Enrique there. Without leaving her hiding spot, Deborah noticed that he looked even cuter with his new hairstyle and bangs. The girl continued to monitor his actions, trying to understand why he was jumping and looking for something on the shelves. She was floored when she realized that he was desperately trying to jump to the book he needed, compensating for his short stature. Enrique was completely confused by the realization that he still couldn't get the desired item. Deborah nevertheless decided to intervene and help her younger brother, taking out the very book that he was trying to jump to. Finally, with a sly smile, she handed the book to the boy, surprising him with her beneficence. He gasped in shock, still not believing that she had appeared, given the previous problems in their relationship. Before he had time to rejoice, he was immediately pierced by Deborah's cold gaze, which by default provoked fear. His reaction immediately made Deborah think that she shouldn't have touched him or made him feel embarrassed. The boy looked displeasedly at his sister, asking her if she had been following him. Deborah just said with a smile that she really was watching him because he was very cute. At first, Enrique didn't understand what exactly the girl meant, so she repeated what she said again, calling him cute. He continued to stare at the girl in surprise, surprised that she compared him to a cute little rabbit. Deborah couldn't stop feeling touched by how brightly her brother reacted to everything. Enrique embarrassedly stated that he would become as tall as his older brothers, which strongly reminded him of a ferocious kitten. He was even more taken aback after Deborah ruffled his hair like a sister. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment, causing his cheeks to immediately turn red. Unable to tolerate this, he immediately ran out of the library, shouting that this was too much. While Deborah was uncomfortably aware that she had once again been misunderstood, Enrique was struggling to catch his breath in the middle of the courtyard. Memories of phrases spoken by Deborah, from whom he had never heard anything like that before, continued to flash through his head. He kept trying to pull himself together, instilling the idea that she was laughing at his short stature. Remembering the sad episodes from his childhood after the death of his mother, he still could not believe that Deborah could say something like that. At that time, the Duke threw himself into his work, not wanting to give him influence, so he was constantly told to be quiet. All this time, he continued to feel an unbearable feeling of guilt, reinforced by the attitude of his cold father. The day after the incident, Deborah, as if nothing had happened, arrived to pick up a cake from a well-known confectionery shop. Obviously, this was just an excuse to once again enter the office and talk to the master. Deborah was surprised to see a teleport in the middle of the room, which immediately raised many questions about the details of its installation. Having learned that he could transport 5 people, the girl, filled with determination, succumbed to teleportation. Finally, they found themselves in the middle of a spacious hall full of huge doors. Before they had time to open the door and go inside, Deborah was immediately attacked by the magician's bored pet. Cookie was thrilled that her favorite guest was finally visiting her, carrying a bag of catnip with her. Deborah herself was delighted at the pressure of the predator who loved her, but was still forced to break away when she heard his voice. Cookie's owner only calmly ordered her to go to him, while leaning on the door threshold. To his indignation, the characteristic cat did not respond to his order, clinging to the girl again. He was clearly puzzled by her behavior, while Deborah was again convinced that cats cannot get rid of this drug. In the end, the girl nevertheless moved to the sofa inside the office. But Cookie was not going to leave her there either. The master wearily watched this sweet couple, being forced to watch Cookie taming Deborah. He nevertheless decided to regain her attention, starting with the question of whether she considered his pet cute. The girl decided to get straight to the point, reminding him that by now he should have finished with the magic bag. The magician looked thoughtfully at Deborah, who stated that they were not in the right relationship to discuss other things. Throwing a bag at the girl, he calmly replied that he wanted their relationship to develop a little. After waiting for her to open it, the guy explained that she could simply put an object in there and calmly take it out with her hand. He warned that nothing was visible in it, but even this did not affect Deborah's general delight in this thing. She looked warily at the master when he asked her to extend her hand. At first, she was indignant that she was not a puppy, but she still agreed when she heard that he needed to be marked. Looking at her hand, the guy said that in his opinion, it still belongs more to the cat family. Deborah didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but still turned a surprised look at him, more reminiscent of a cat. Before she had time to be indignant, she was immediately blinded by the bright shine of the seal placed on her hand. For some reason, her attention was focused on how large his hands were, holding her palm. She immediately looked at him as a man with long fingers who played the piano well. As soon as the thought flashed through her head that these characteristics matched her ideal type of man, he finished with the seal. The magician handed her a small piece of paper with a spell, after which he noticed that she still decided not to wear a pink diamond. Deborah was taken aback when he suggested that she was seeking this, as after this the nobles became more interested in him. He smiled contentedly when she nevertheless confirmed his guesses, while hiding her true motive. The master decided to move on to her next request, reminding her that if she had not had one, she would have left long ago. Deborah looked thoughtfully at her interlocutor, feeling as if he was offended by her for something. She looked forward resolutely, saying that she wanted to know about one person. The magician looked at Deborah in surprise, not believing that she mentioned the name of Isidore Visconti so that he would find out about him. He thoughtfully asked about the reason for her desire to know about him. The girl immediately felt a certain sense of atmosphere hovering between them after she uttered this name. She assumed that it would be difficult to find out about him because he is the heir of a noble family. The magician was stunned to hear how honestly she shared her opinion about his personality, calling him suspicious. The room immediately filled with an aura of indignation, making him averse to the fact that he might be suspicious. Feeling slightly nervous, he said that he could tell about his height and weight, and even the size of his feet. Deborah was shocked when he dreamily continued to say that Isidore may be a little vulnerable, but he is quite confident in himself. Not wanting to endure this any longer, she took off, indignantly asking who he took her for. He looked at her with deliberate fear, not understanding why she needed gossip about him instead of the information he provided. The girl looked at him indignantly, trying to understand why he was so surprised. She again ordered him to find out everything carefully and report to her about the rumors he discovered. His face twisted unpleasantly when Deborah spoke of Isidore Visconti as a dubious person. While the girl was thinking that she needed to find out about this due to the lack of information in the book, the magician put down the cup with a crash. She was surprised to see how abruptly and impulsively he began to put sugar in the tea, pouring it at the same time. His antics did not end there, because the next thing he did was start pouring tea indiscriminately into the mug, clearly overflowing it. Finally, he loudly hit the teapot on the table, declaring that he understood her. The magician almost maniacally repeated that he needed to find out about Isidore Visconti because he was suspicious. His behavior remained a mystery to Deborah, so she still could not understand the reason for his passive aggression. Trying to send her away, he heard that she was staying to finish her tea, after which he said that each mug would cost 1 gold. Hearing the argument that this was a very expensive tea, Deborah handed him a precious stone, which the magician refused. She still could not understand the reason for his changeable mood, demonstrating passive aggression. Their bickering continued, and he casually asked about how she tamed Cookie, eventually receiving the answer that she wouldn't tell him. She smiled when he called her out on being stubborn after she said answering the question would hurt her business. In the end, she proudly held out the sheet with her palm, calling on the master to look at her creation. Hearing him say that this was an unusual and very unique drawing, she smiled proudly, agreeing with him. He didn't even know that she had stolen this logo from a company that was very popular in her previous world. Hearing the question of whether she drew it herself, Deborah proudly answered that yes, while keeping silent about the fact that she did it in class. He called her idea big after hearing that she wanted to open a dessert store with that logo. The girl was not going to stop at just one such store, so she wanted to open more than 100 of them around the city. Proudly pointing to the logo, she said that she would ensure that people reflexively remember it when they look at the color purple. The magician was very surprised to hear that her idea would also be to allow others to take the name of her store. She understood that it was necessary to make her store popular so that people who were afraid to take risks could take the popular menu and interior. According to the girl's calculations, this franchise will bring her good interest for the use of her property. The master immediately grasped the whole meaning, realizing that the more places opened, the greater the profit. Deborah was only once again convinced of his intelligence when she saw how quickly he calculated all the risks and shortcomings. She explained that the only reason she was sharing this with him was because she wanted to invest in the place and work with him. After some time, the girl nevertheless left the master, leaving him with a whole bunch of thoughts and doubts. He was forced to distract himself from the abyss of thoughts upon hearing the words of his assistant that he had been given a very difficult task. Miguel smiled innocently, declaring that this time he had to do everything personally. Hearing a dissatisfied question about whether this situation amuses him, he slyly answered that no, mentally laughing at him. Miguel understood that if he didn't hold back his laughter, the magician would kill him, so he still continued to hold back with the last of his strength. Hearing the question of why he did not demand more money, the master only replied that he had already received enough. He understood that this was a unique offer, because while other aristocrats did not want to take on the business, she offered to become partners. Rereading the contract with a smile, the magician said with satisfaction that she was doing well, while realizing that she seemed more and more unusual to him. Miguel continued to hold back his laughter, not understanding what could be written in the contract to make him laugh so much. Thoughtfully fingering the stones in the bracelet, he asked the guy what kind of outfit Deborah might like. Miguel correctly noted that she always looked at him with indifference until she saw him in a manly frock coat. Having changed his appearance, he noted with a smile that in this case, he had clothes that he had never worn, and its time had come. The day came when Deborah was forced to come to the academy, not knowing what plan the master had prepared for her conquest. Trying to look as indifferent as possible, she still felt that she could not see anything because of this handsome man. She remembered that Belek was the original initiator of this style, but this man with glasses surpassed him. His sudden change in style caused a stir among young people, after which they were only surprised at how many people repeated after him. Deborah suggested that Isidore himself was getting tired of this, being forced to constantly change his style. Despite this, the sudden change in his images allowed stores to make more money, taking advantage of the demand for such clothes. In the end, driven by her thoughts, Deborah herself did not understand how she somehow magically got lost. She knew that usually a servant helps in such cases, but she does not have her own right hand, since no one could withstand her. The girl thoughtfully recalled the plot of the novel, where two new maids arrived around this year. What they did during Deborah's trial was complain about her, saying that she made them do bad things. Hearing the sounds coming, she was internally happy, not even realizing that she would meet Mia Benotia there. There was an awkward pause between them, since neither one nor the other girl expected to see each other in such a place. Like Deborah, Mia stared at her in surprise without saying a word. Realizing that she should quickly leave her, Deborah had not yet taken a few steps when she heard a sudden roar. Stumbling, Mia hit the ground painfully, which forced her to ask the girl for help. The girl stood in front of her opponent in confusion, asking for help in simply standing up. Deborah was surprised that although she had such strong divine power, she still could not heal herself. Before she had time to bend over to Mia to help, she was immediately noticed by Philip, who flew out to meet her. He immediately rudely pushed the girl away from his beloved, inquiring about her condition. Obviously, he immediately assumed that Deborah had hurt her by deliberately pushing her to the ground. She just rubbed the back of her head tiredly, resigning herself to the fact that she knew it would happen like this. Confident that he was right, Philip looked at Deborah with a certain cruelty, never ceasing to drown her in accusations. The girl couldn't understand what he was saying when he started saying that, even though she was obsessed with him, she still shouldn't have done that. Deborah tried to explain to him that she was trying to help because Mia tripped near a tree and fell. She demanded confirmation that this was true, while internally indignant that she was doing what she was doing, silently observing. Before Mia had time to agree with her, he immediately accused her of deliberately forcing the girl to say what was needed. Philip continued to look at Deborah contemptuously, listening to her still trying to prove to him the real state of affairs. Releasing his magical power, he looked at the girl threateningly, calling all her words ordinary nonsense. To her surprise, Deborah's body began to react strangely, making it increasingly difficult for her to advocate for herself. Their eyes met as he again ordered her to apologize now for something she didn't do. Before she had time to be frightened by how disobedient her body was, Isidore immediately saved her, covering her with his body. She looked at his face in surprise, not believing that Isidore Visconti himself had gone to help her. Philip brazenly ordered him to stop chatting and move away, not realizing that he clearly did not intend to give in to such an impudent man. Visconti just looked at the guy excitedly, saying that he couldn't pass by the one who threatened the lady. Hearing this, he only directly asked him how much he had already seen. Isidore mockingly replied that from the moment he boasted that he was chosen by the gods of the spirits of water and fire. Unable to endure these ridicule, Philip flared with anger, covering the entire space around with fire. Deborah was shocked to see how quickly the response came from Isidore, who extinguished the fool's magical flame. He excitedly took out his sword, releasing huge streams of magical power. The man expressed cool calm, never ceasing to confront the impulsive Philip. In contrast, he was clearly dissatisfied with how decently Visconti answered him. Meanwhile, Deborah herself was clearly shocked that such an ordinary incident could result in such a large-scale conflict. Mia frightenedly tried to reach out to Philip, saying that she could not breathe because of his strength. Isidore and Deborah sighed wearily when they saw that he stopped and went out like a candle. Not accepting defeat, Philip turned to his opponent and said that he could not understand him. Deborah still could not understand who exactly she had offended when he again stated that she had offended Mia while no one was looking. Finally, he still quit, which will definitely force both her and himself to apologize. Isidore only stated with a grin that despite this, for some reason the instigator himself was silent when he himself shouted at the top of his lungs. Mia froze in fear when he turned to her, asking if Deborah had done something worth apologizing for. Philip twisted with anger when the girl taciturnly replied that no. Finally, he called it unacceptable that a miss from an unknown family could force Deborah to apologize for not doing anything. The girl clearly did not expect that she could hear something like that openly. Deborah was pleased to note that there is a lot to learn from him, since he has an excellent understanding of what and how to respond. In the end, he told him that since they had nothing more to say, then they should go. He also reminded him of Mia's injured knees, reminding him that he should check on her condition. Realizing that he had nothing more to answer, he threatened Isidore that he would regret what he had done. Philip nevertheless left, leaving his ill-wishers alone with their thoughts. Forgetting about the impulsive guy, Isidore immediately turned to Deborah with concern, asking about her well-being. Putting up with a strong feeling of awkwardness, the girl laconically answered him that yes. Feeling like she was the culprit of the fight, Deborah was forced to stop when she saw Isidore leaning towards her. Hearing his remark that she had turned pale, the girl only tried to brush it off, saying that she had always had such skin. In an attempt to move away, Deborah stumbled but was immediately caught, finding herself in the reliable hands of her companion. Seeing this attempt to convince him that everything was in order, he only worriedly examined the girl's face. She was surprised to hear him say that she couldn't lie at all. Then he invited her to go back and extended his hand, asking her not to be stubborn. Deborah looked thoughtfully at his face, realizing that when she stood with Philip, he seemed flighty and not cool as now. For some reason, she felt as if he was angry with her, but she still placed her hand in his. Squeezing the man's hand, she directly asked him why he decided to help her, but he only replied that he was a knight. In the end, they returned to the main square full of many carriages. Deborah felt very uncomfortable, unable to escape the man's grasping hands. She looked at Isidore in surprise when he, having ordered Miguel to open the carriage, asked in advance to forgive him. The man did not deign to answer her and immediately picked her up, forcing her to hold on to his shoulders. He carefully moved the girl into the carriage, wishing the shocked Deborah a good journey. She was struck on the spot, feeling such perseverance and masculinity of a man she liked. Hearing the words that she was now in his debt, he only answered with a smile that it was enough for her to say, "Thank you." After hesitating, Deborah nevertheless thanked Isidore, completely surprising him with her gratitude. He still couldn't believe that he had waited and heard such words from a girl with a special character. Deborah herself could not understand why she could so surprise the man who rescued her. Finally, he explained himself, saying that it was an honor for him to help her. Hearing the door slam, the girl frightenedly rubbed her temples, trying to understand what she had done. Visconti finally said that it would be good if she tuned the radar to normal men. At first, Deborah clearly did not understand what exactly he meant and spent a couple of minutes thoughtfully, trying to understand the meaning of his words. Realizing exactly what he said, the girl began to burn with embarrassment as she realized that he had hinted at the situation with Philip. She spent the rest of the trip in a daze, mentally arguing with the fact that Philip was her type. Meanwhile, Isidore similarly pondered what had happened between them, realizing that her love for Philip had a long history. He recalled how sincerely Deborah had thanked him, causing his cheeks to immediately turn red. As night fell, Mia found herself in her family's palace under the bright moonlight. She sat calmly on the bed in her room, waiting for Ophelia to finally rewind and treat her wounds. Wiping away the blood with napkins, she only said that for bright light to be around, there needs to be a lot of darkness, symbolizing her and Deborah. Like a doll, Mia Binocha looked at the woman wearily, listening to her instructions that she should shine even brighter. Thinking about the radiance, the girl silently looked at the moon peeping through her window. Opening the special solution, Ophelia said with a smile that after this incident with Deborah and Philip, things became loud among the nobles. Everyone was talking about how dear Philip protected her from Deborah's bullying. The bloody, wounded Mia Binocha, whom Philip carried in his arms across the entire academy, became the main reason for gossip. She looked down sadly, listening to the fact that soon Deborah would mock her even more, provoking new gossip. The girl thoughtfully recalled Deborah's appearance on the day she first saw her at the academy. She was surprised that she was very quiet, which is why she had to put on this whole performance to attract her attention. Ophelia laughed wickedly when she asked if Deborah wouldn't attack her, given how quiet she was being. Mia looked at the woman indifferently, taking in her idea that she was behaving so quietly because she had some kind of plan. She continued, saying that Philip would soon send her to Erechron to compensate for the pink diamond. Ophelia looked at the girl almost maniacally, confident that Deborah would also choose this club. She continued to point out to her that this would cause them to constantly cross paths, which would inevitably lead to unpleasant situations. The woman gently touched her knee, reminding her that the upcoming spring festival was waiting for her. Taking out the blade, she added to herself that there she would have to attract a lot of attention and receive the status of Flower of the Year. By ordering her to focus on increasing her purity of divine power, she inflicted a deep wound on her. A couple of days later, Deborah walked around the palace as if nothing had happened, thinking about her own things. All this time, she could not get rid of thoughts about what had happened, having discovered several oddities. It seemed to her that at the moment of their meeting, Mia pretended as if she did not know her, although they had previously met at the academy. Deborah was sure that she definitely could not help but know about her, since everyone only talks about the character of her character. In the end, Philip could not help but tell her about her bad and dangerous character, which again confirmed her guess. Deborah had the distinct feeling that she was deliberately provoking her in order to make her look bad and appear good. She couldn't help but think that this was all very strange, but something still caught her attention. The girl saw a magnificent garden dotted with many fantastic flowers. Deborah was completely blown away, unable to pass by this magnificent view. All this time, George Seymour was watching her reaction, and although he saw all her delight, he still asked how she was doing. He proudly said that he hired several people who brought valuable plants and seeds from different countries. The man himself was delighted with the bright colors their palace now shimmered. Deborah thought for a moment, considering the magnitude of the work done, knowing that she would appreciate it. Unable to contain her admiration, the girl confidently declared that this garden would definitely be more beautiful and luxurious than that of the emperor himself. George interrupted her, saying that it was better not to say such phrases in front of others, as she might be misunderstood. Deborah laughed when she saw how, despite this, he was still embarrassed by her sincere compliments. In the end, they decided to walk around the palace together, carefully studying the flowers. Deborah still couldn't get used to the fact that he was following her around, as if he wanted to hear even more praise. Even after many compliments on the garden, he still looked thoughtful. The girl was shocked when he said that for some reason she still didn't have a face. She felt as if he could hear her thoughts since she was still recovering from the situation with Philip. After gauging her reaction, he shook his head and told her not to worry if she was like that because of Philip Montez. He shared with her that he was amazed by the rumors that were circulating about her, after which he asked why people were gossiping about her at all. She turned around, saying that it wasn't because of Montez that she was like that when her father told her not to do anything stupid. Deborah felt even more irritated towards Philip because of him, she was now forced to experience this. She turned to her father and stated that although it would be difficult for him to believe it, she was absolutely innocent in this situation. The girl also assured George that there were no witnesses that she offended Mia, since she did not do it. After listening to her, he agreed, but still noticed that she finds herself in situations when Montez is with another woman. She realized it was time to change the subject and said that she was like that because she was worried about these flowers. Seeing his confusion, she pointed to the gradually fading flowers, attracting his attention. He was surprised when Deborah started talking about how it wasn't his fault. It's just that daisies don't grow well in such male. She gave an example, saying that hydrangea is not red, but blue, which indicates that the soil here is acidic. The man thoughtfully began to go through the options, suggesting that she replant them in a different soil. Seeing his daughter's cunning look, he immediately said that he did not know how to change the soil using magic. Deborah stated that they wouldn't need magic because they could fix it with charcoal. Seeing his surprised face, she reiterated that they could just sprinkle charcoal on the ground. The Duke looked away and agreed, calling this method more worthwhile than simply resorting to magic. Deborah smiled, saying that she had read about it in a book when her father asked how she knew it. In fact, the girl learned about this in her humanities class from a previous life. George immediately connected this with her trip to the library, not yet knowing that that was not what she was interested in then. Deborah was extremely surprised when she heard him confidently say that she wanted to learn how to care for flowers. She decided to go along with it, convincing him that she really liked this garden that she had worked so hard on. Hearing his words that she would rather be interested in grades, she did not miss the opportunity to show off her intelligence. The girl noticed with a tight smile that he didn't believe her when she shared that she was studying magic formulas. This was not surprising, because he was used to the fact that his daughter hated even basic arithmetic. This was partly due to the fact that she completely lacked magical intelligence, and science was more annoying than interesting. Despite this, he still tried to support her, saying that the process of her efforts would definitely pay off later. Deborah watched him with a smile, realizing that he felt sorry for his daughter. She stopped him, saying that she wanted to ask him about a topic related to studies. Touching the flower with her fingers, Deborah replied that at the academy she thought she would die of boredom, seeing how long everyone took to solve problems. She boasted with a smile that she solved everything in 1 minute, hiding the fact that she had a mathematical background. George brought her into a room where he demonstrated a basic solution to the problem using a formula. He was waiting to see the girl's quick solution, not knowing that this formula was very old for her. Deborah remembered a school math exam that matched the level of this problem. The Duke looked at her in surprise when she asked him whether it was really necessary to solve equations in such an inefficient way. He informed her that this formula was invented by a 9th-grade magician together with the silver dragon Lycurgus. The girl immediately realized that everyone had decided from the very beginning not to touch this formula, because no one doubted the knowledge of its creator. Smiling, he asked her to stop making jokes when she challenged him to solve the next problem in 1 minute. He exhaled skeptically, finding her desire to study commendable, but he still did not believe that she would solve the problem. Before he could turn around, Deborah immediately solemnly showed him the correct solution, radically different from his. He was shocked to see her result since in principle he could not understand how she could solve it. His face contorted in surprise when he realized that she had solved this problem in almost 30 seconds. The girl smiled contentedly, mentally realizing that this task was a geometric progression. The man suddenly shared with her the realization that although he did not know how she did it, this skill would be very useful. She was surprised when he said that if she could use magic, she would be an incredible battle mage. She was even more shocked when he said that the speed of solving the formula was equal to the speed of casting the spell. At that moment, she realized that if she had magical abilities, she could easily become the head of the family. On the one hand, she was angry, but on the other, she understood that this was even for the best, because otherwise, by virtue of her character, she could kill anyone. Feeling intense sadness against the backdrop of her lost abilities, the girl clenched her fist, hiding her emotions. The father noticed that she seemed to have found a way to solve such problems as easily as possible. He concluded that her method is very effective, because it is impossible to solve problems so quickly using the Tagian formula. The girl agreed with him, saying that she decides using her own method, which aroused her father's strong interest. After a long couple of hours of explaining the program, Deborah felt completely tired. She felt as if she had become a little fulfilled by teaching her father. The girl would never have thought that she would become a math tutor, explaining material on a second-grade topic. George continued to peer thoughtfully at the sheets of paper painted by his daughter. Deborah was extremely surprised when he eventually asked her to have dinner together. The girl was even more surprised when her father took her to one place, offering to choose whatever she wanted. This place turned out to be a jewelry store, which amazed Deborah with its abundance of choice. Seeing her delight, he proudly said that today she had proven with her knowledge that she was a descendant of Seymour, for which he wanted to give a gift. Deborah was truly delighted when he told her to choose whatever she wanted. The girl's attention was immediately attracted by one bracelet, shimmering in the middle of a voluminous display case. She was delighted with how elegant the piece looked, framed with colorful crystals. Noticing how much she liked the element, a consultant immediately approached Deborah, asking if she would like one for herself. To his surprise, the Duke called out to him, directly asking him how he dared show such disrespect for the Seymour family. Not understanding the reason why he was so angry, the guy immediately began to ask him for forgiveness. Deborah herself was taken aback, not understanding why he was so angry with the consultant. Exhaling angrily, George Seymour asked him if he really couldn't guess. They were both in complete shock when the man said that his daughter wanted to buy this entire part of the display case, and not just some bracelet. At first, Deborah did not understand what exactly he meant, since nothing like this had ever happened to her before. Finally, both the guy and the girl were amazed when they imagined the cost of this entire display case. The girl decided not to waste her chance and play along with him, saying that she didn't even need to name such obvious things. Deborah felt dizzy from the realization of how easily her father had bought the entire store for her. After a short time, they finally found themselves on the palace grounds, after which George immediately helped her out. He kindly offered her his hand and said goodbye, saying that she could go. Before the girl had time to take even a couple of steps, Belek immediately approached her, frightening her. He looked at her displeasedly, saying that she was perhaps the only one in the empire who looked so fiercely at her brother. In response, Deborah only looked wearily at Belek, silently wondering how he ended up here. As usual, he began to blame her for the fact that because of her behavior, he was forced to listen to others about her antics. Trying to change the subject, she directly asked why he didn't spend his time researching the artifacts. Hearing that she shouldn't have anything to do with his business, she only waved her hand dismissively, ordering her to speak faster. Finally, he directly stated that she had begun to spend too much time with her father. Deborah looked at Belek with excitement, confirming his guesses and adding that her father himself often comes to her. He looked down when she said that there shouldn't be a reason for this, and all he does is think about his problems. She was right, because neither Rosar, who set off to conquer new lands, nor Belek thought much about his father. Not wanting to give in, he said that the only reason her father was paying attention to her was that he was bored and she shouldn't do anything stupid. He winced with anger when she said that she was so quiet that she didn't even do anything with his adored Patrick. To her surprise, he still reminded her that she fired the heir of the Stefan family, who served as their librarian. She immediately remembered that guy named Jamie Stefan, mentally calling him a rude and narrow-minded person. Not wanting to hesitate, she promptly came to her father, wanting him to be punished for his rude attitude towards her. When he learned what had happened between them, as well as her conclusion that he was driven by narrow-minded prejudices, he became angry. George agreed with her, calling him a real impudent man who had no right to such arrogance. Deborah herself was surprised to learn that he was immediately fired from his job, and not simply punished as she had originally expected. Belek continued to chastise her for banishing a man whose family had been vassals of Seymour for more than 3 generations. The girl saw how angry her brother was, ordering her to hammer the necessary postulates into her empty head. She immediately realized that he was simply afraid to approach his father with this question, so he decided to terrorize her herself. Crossing her arms, Deborah stated that he was still incompetent at his job and couldn't even answer her question. Belek looked at his sister in surprise when she asked what section the book on imperial politics and economics was in. She continued by saying that although she didn't go to the library often, she immediately realized that he didn't have a good system for classifying books. They continued to argue about the effectiveness of the fired librarian, trying to prove that they were right. Hearing his statement that she did this on purpose out of a desire to annoy her, she said that she would soon find a replacement. Belek grinned skeptically, calling her words a bluff, not the truth. Finally, he again ordered her to watch her behavior and give up Montez. Deborah indignantly said that Philip was not her type, being outraged that he even remembered about him. Belek told her to go rest, calling her a braggart, but was forced to stop when she promised to prove that she was not bluffing. He said dismissively that in this case, he would begin to consider her his sister, not knowing what object she was hiding in her hand. Deborah's eyes flashed predatorily as she held in her hands an expensive crystal with a recording function, capable of recording for up to 10 minutes. The next morning, the girl reappeared on the academy grounds, preparing for the hard day ahead. She felt extremely tired, as she'd not gotten enough sleep and spent the whole night counting her savings. The girl's curiosity sparkled with new colors when she heard the remarks coming from her. She saw a girl being humiliated by a guy saying that she wouldn't be able to study here properly, being poor. The frightened girl asked him to give him a book about the basic formulas of magic, but he continued to convince her that she, as a woman, could not do it. He called her whole hobby pointless and impudently tore the book into 2 parts. Despite her tears, he continued to declare that all she needed was a successful marriage and not engage in nonsense. The guy reveled in her fear and resentment, smilingly declaring that now she looked very cute. Before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately attacked by a fan, which flew at his head with all his might. The attacking party was Deborah, who decided to help the poor girl. Having caused fear in both, she immediately turned to the offender, ordering him to shut up. She continued to glare at him, ordering him to close her mouth, which caused her ears to curl into a tube. The guy was very scared, not understanding why she suddenly decided to pay attention to his action. His pride was hurt when she bluntly stated that she could not get past his ugliness. She began to recall his confident speeches that women were weak, while asking if, according to his logic, she was not a man. The guy began to make excuses, saying that although he did not specifically talk about her, according to statistics, they are weaker than men. He looked at Deborah in surprise, not understanding what she meant by asking how much 7 times 7 is. Calling the number 49, she promptly hit him on the head with a fan, leaving room for new bumps. Having ordered him to wipe his nurses, Deborah invited him to test his absurd hypothesis through arithmetic. She looked straight into his eyes with a grin, asking if he was scared. Meanwhile, the injured girl was in complete shock at how cleverly Deborah tormented him. Unable to withstand her attacks, he still gave in with tears in his eyes, declaring that he was wrong. The girl said wearily that her eyes were tired of looking at his ugliness, so it was time for him to go. Before he had time to hear permission to leave, he immediately quickly ran away in the other direction. Disappointed that he didn't even know the multiplication tables, Deborah turned to the same girl. Holding her gaze on her, she left, realizing that she had decided that now she would mock her. To her surprise, the girl blushed, feeling a wave of pleasant sensations from being protected by such an individual. Given her previous lack of sleep, Deborah still succumbed to the whims of her body and fell asleep in class. She mentally rejoiced at the good weather, feeling the pleasant rays of the sun on her skin. Approaching the end of the lesson, Professor Kyle hinted to those present that the tests must be taken honestly. With his eyes flashing menacingly, he ordered to report to him if anyone tries to beg for answers. Deborah looked at the man in surprise, feeling as if he was addressing her. When she heard the notification about the end of the lesson, she could not shake the feeling that he had just been looking at her. Before she had time to get up from her seat, he immediately approached her, piercing with his gaze. She looked at the professor in bewilderment when he asked not to do this again, as it would harm the reputation of the entire class. Deborah was shocked to hear that she had fraudulently copied students' answers. Not wanting to give in, she asked how he could make such a claim without any evidence. She darkened with anger when he began to say that everyone already knew that she was here only thanks to her father. Kyle said disdainfully that it was unpleasant for him to look at such misses who only care about appearance and how to write off on time. He clearly did not understand what he said wrong when she said that he had already said a lot of unnecessary things. Trying to provoke her, he said that she could behave according to her character and immediately hit him. She tried in every possible way not to be fooled by his provocations, even after he started talking about how the Duke would not protect her. Kyle decided to threaten her by telling everything to the dean, but this made the situation easier, because the dean is her uncle, the Marquis Bert. Not wanting to talk to him anymore, she told him to first prove her guilt, but for now they had nothing to talk about. Deborah calmly headed towards the exit, not reacting to his indignation. Meanwhile, a real commotion developed within the walls of the academy caused by Deborah's case. One of those present said that although she passed the test first, she had not demonstrated such success before. They immediately assumed that it was Professor Kyle who gave her all the answers and was deliberately indignant so as not to be caught. William Raymond stated that the Duke is helping her, and although he is smart, this calls into question his qualifications. Another guy reprimanded him, saying that these were too bold words, considering the level of the Duke. He only said that even despite his strength, he still must be responsible for his actions. Finally, he stated that he considered it necessary to write a collective letter asking for the expulsion of Miss Deborah from the Faculty of Magic. The offended guy agreed with William, succumbing to his agitation to no longer tolerate this injustice. William insidiously rejoiced, realizing that his idea was gradually beginning to be supported and that he would soon undermine Seymour's reputation. Meanwhile, Kyle was burning with indignation in his office, trying to understand how it all happened. He couldn't believe that he was portrayed as Deborah's assistant, deceiving everyone around him. Kyle turned sternly to his assistant, asking him if there was evidence of her threatening other students. Before he could wait for an answer, a distinguished guest immediately flew into his office. To his surprise, the dean of the academy appeared on the threshold of his office, burning with anger. Throwing the letter on the professor's desk, he directly asked him if he really couldn't do his job. Kyle turned white with fear after reading the petition, which stated that he intentionally showed her all the answers. Under the dean's heavy gaze, he immediately began to apologize, not knowing what to do. Having found Deborah's work, Bert was surprised to see in it many complex formulas for finding the total amount of mana. Kyle went so far as to tear out his hair in an attempt to prove that he had not shown her the answers. He suggested that she could hire 3 people to solve different problems at the same time. The dean rejected this idea, saying that he could easily detect such a deception. He also rejected the idea that she could have taken an artifact from her brother, thanks to which she was able to deceive them. Realizing that the problems were growing, the dean wearily stated that they had no evidence. In the end, Bert decided to meet with his niece to honestly discuss the incident. Deborah thoughtfully looked at her strict uncle, realizing that he was just a copy of her father. A memory from childhood immediately arose in her head, how he stroked her head, saying that she was more and more like Marianne. With a gentle smile, he handed the ring to his niece, congratulating her on her birthday. Throwing the massive ring into her small hands, he told her that this stone was one of a kind. For some reason, remembering his smile, it suddenly dawned on her that perhaps he also loved her mother. Deborah tried to calm down and switch over, not focusing on the melancholy memories. She was still coming to terms with the sudden fantasy that they seemed to have the same triangle as Rosar and Belek. The girl immediately imagined how he left the mansion so that his beloved woman would be happy. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that while his brother was the head of Seymour, he went to the academy with people like her. Meanwhile, the man continued to coolly stare at her, not even imagining what scenario was playing out in her head. Finally, he handed her the written petition and demanded that she tell it like it was, without any lies. She immediately sensed the Seymour family's genes, tensed at the coldness he displayed. He stated that he accepted her from the beginning because of her strong bloodline, hoping that she would unlock the ability to use magic. Bert also cited this as one of the reasons why he doesn't want her answer to disappoint him. The girl directly answered that she was extremely outraged by this situation, which raised questions. She returned the petition to him, saying that she would not accept it, since she had decided everything herself and would not allow herself to be slandered so easily. Wanting to prove her innocence, she told him to prepare any problems to solve them in public. The man was surprised, clearly not expecting that she would want to defend her reputation in public. Deborah confidently stated that this was the only way to defend her reputation. Bert looked seriously at the girl, expressing hope that she would be able to prove her innocence. Meanwhile, the Upsilon Brotherhood had its own atmosphere of card games, diluted with conversations about daily matters. Isidore Visconti looked thoughtfully at his cards, looking particularly thoughtful. One of them said that he was not having much luck today, as he did not seem to be very focused on the game. He just ignored their sarcasm, mentally reducing everything to the fact that he was simply not interested. Even at the gaming table, everyone continued to discuss the latest incident involving Philip, Mia, and Deborah. They gossiped with interest about what happened after he carried the girl in his arms across the academy. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear that after this incident, Mia decided to join Erechron. Isidore listened to their discussion of Mia's abilities, realizing that Philip's behavior was now completely atypical. They wanted to check how pure the girl's thoughts were, knowing that before the festival, the priests measured the divine power of their students. Realizing how quickly time flies, Isidore again drew attention to the reason for the meeting, being in search of a new member of the club. One of the guys approached him with a question about whether it was true that he was not going to accept anyone into their club. Thierry Orgo laughed, calling this a lie since he just did not want to accept Miss Cyril into the club. Club leader Isidore smiled, agreeing with what the frivolous guy said. Thierry was the second son of a swordsman and the founder of the country, but had an extremely frivolous character. The blonde decided to set the record straight by saying that their situation simply changed because a participant abruptly left them. Miguel was surprised by such a lie, knowing that he deliberately kicked out the participant, and now he is only doing Deborah's business. He remembered the details of their conversation yesterday, during which Isidore said that the new participant should be just as beautiful. Trying to contain his laughter, he was nevertheless distracted by the man's offer to talk about the new member. One of the club members suggested choosing a candidate for whoever wins the game. Before they could agree, Thierry immediately demonstrated his deck, making a full house. He said that he was joining as a new member because he couldn't see the other's cards. Thierry immediately nominated Sirin Balak, saying that she was good at magic and would fit in with the club. Miguel chewed the cake thoughtfully, remembering the fifth princess who liked Sirin's candidacy. She was the only younger sister of the crown prince and was the leading woman in Upsilon. Everyone else supported the guy's idea, considering her candidacy a good option. Meanwhile, Isidore remained on the sidelines, being the one who still had not shown his cards. Finally, he said with a smile that it was too early to make a decision, since not everyone had shown their cards. Everyone was amazed when they saw how he imposingly threw the cards on the table, showing a royal flush. Even Thierry himself gasped in surprise, saying that it was the first time he had seen this combination in his life, given its rarity. Isidore confidently stated that he could have anything, while mentally admitting that he got this combination with the help of magic. He remembered that the club members had agreed not to use magic in the games, which he had not done until that moment. Accepting defeat, Thierry Orgo called his success quite good, The others recognized his victory and immediately asked what his candidacy was, but he replied that he had no options yet. He said that he had someone in mind, but he did not know whether he would agree, implying the characteristic Deborah. After thinking, he handed them a petition, offering to visit this place in exchange for his victory in the cards. One of them said he knew what this truth commission was about. The others noticed with a smile that Miss Deborah was getting into trouble again, although there was nothing unusual about it. Isidore clearly did not share their confidence that the girl had mediocrely copied everything, so he no longer wanted to listen to such things. He directly stated that they should not be so confident because no one knows what combination of cards you have until you show them yourself. The next day, Deborah still stood on the podium, preparing for the upcoming act of self-defense. She looked suspiciously at William Demont, recognizing him as the instigator of all this opposition. The girl immediately assumed that they were clearly going to disgrace her, since they had chosen such a spacious room for this. She was also surprised that they had called all the important people, including the dean and his assistants. Deborah realized with annoyance that they had called all the important people, clearly intending to bring about her downfall. To her surprise, members of the Upsilon Club also attended their event, surprising everyone with their pomp. She was especially struck by the presence of Vivian Histek, complementing the entire imperial composition. She scanned the crowd again, trying to figure out what it was about all of this that caught their attention. William watched their appearance contentedly, knowing that if Upsilon's leadership said anything about the commission, it would greatly affect the social society. He happily responded to the man's call to begin their competition. William explained the rules, saying that he would write down the solution while Miss Deborah wrote the answer. The girl stood next to him thoughtfully while he slowly wrote down the solution to the task. He was forced to be distracted by how quickly the girl began to hit the blackboard with chalk, writing down the answer. His eyes popped out of his head when he saw the speed with which she decided everything. He felt true fear when she said with a grin that she would have decided even faster, but her hands did not have time to write it down. William immediately turned to the teacher, demanding confirmation of the correctness of this answer. Hesitating, the man forced him to be even more surprised in an attempt to accept that she had decided everything correctly. Isidore watched all this with a smile, being sure all this time that she was not deceiving anyone. Seeing his shock, Deborah smiled triumphantly while mimicking William. Finally, she wrote a solution to each problem, asking them all what would happen next. Now that she had proven everything, Deborah demanded that he be held accountable for hurting her honor. Even after a brilliant proof, William still tried to doubt Deborah's knowledge and honesty. The inspector ordered him to watch his tongue when he suddenly accused her of using magic to deceive. Professor Kyle also did not stand aside and decided to attack the student, blaming him for this entire incident. Deborah was perplexed to hear his threats to ban the ringleader from attending his lectures, as if he had not humiliated her before. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately stopped short when he heard a stern man call him by name. It turned out to be an angry dean, who said that it was better for him to remain silent than to say such nonsense. William was finally dismayed when they promised to severely punish him for slander. The girl thought about it when she heard a request to demonstrate how she solved the problem so quickly. The dean was taken aback when she immediately answered the question with a question, asking why she suddenly had to tell this. Raising her hands, she recalled that William wrote a petition without any evidence and was not accused of it. Everyone fell down when she deliberately, sternly pointed out that everyone only supported this unfair procedure by condemning it. Finally, the time had come for her plan to be implemented, as evidenced by the shining artifact in the girl's hand. Kyle was embarrassed, realizing that all his insults and accusations towards the girl were recorded, leaving him no chance. Having fully demonstrated the recording, she turned off the artifact, lying that Belek had once given it to her. The professor weakly tried to say something in his own defense when everyone condemned him for his obscene language. His colleagues expressed disappointment in his behavior towards Deborah, which was not professional. Everyone looked down in shame when she started talking about how she was attacked by both students and professors, even though she had created a new formula. Deborah looked around thoughtfully, informing them that after such an attitude, she was not going to share her discovery. The dean and his assistants looked at the girl in surprise when she almost outright refused them. Everyone stared at Deborah in amazement, not believing that she was able to improve the formula invented by the Archmage with the dragon. She directly explained this by saying that they are all too focused on the principles when there is a way through which the answer can be found. The audience continued to whisper in shock, indignantly discussing how this formula was perfect. In contrast, another professor repeated that she really solved them faster than anyone else, and her discovery could be a breakthrough. Isidore thoughtfully continued to listen to their arguments, pondering the true impact of her discovery. Seeing their doubts, Deborah promised to dispel them by proving her innocence as they wished. Everyone was even more surprised when she announced that she was ready to reveal the formula that she had improved on her own. Remembering all the basics of the school curriculum, she nevertheless presented them with several basic formulas that she uses. The opinions of those present were divided, since many still could not believe that it was really possible to solve the problem faster with it. After some time, they nevertheless realized the full value of the girl's discovery and showered her with real applause. This was not the only thing that the girl prepared in order to defend her reputation, so she presented them with a witness. Stepping back, Deborah turned to the girl she had brought, calling her Aaron Oslot. William froze in fear when she stated that she had overheard him talking to members of his club. Everyone froze in surprise when they heard that they specifically wanted to frame Miss Deborah because they believed that she could not prove her innocence. The last straw was the statement that they doubted the Duke of Seymour's qualifications and professionalism. Before Irina could finish, Deborah immediately flew at William Raymond, burning with anger. He looked at the girl in fear when she demanded to explain how he dared to use her to insult her father. Deborah's act of retribution brought a sincere smile from Isidore, filled with pride for the girl. Unfortunately for William, he brought not only the wrath of the girl, but also the dean, who was burning with anger. When asked what she was up to, Deborah smiled wickedly, promising to bring everyone to justice. Instilling fear, the girl meant everyone who was in any way involved in her condemnation and slander. This situation caused a commotion not only within the academy, but also within the walls of the Mage Tower. All the magicians present were shocked that the impeccable formula of the great Archmage Simeon could be improved. They themselves were convinced of the reliability of this discovery, since it significantly improved the speed of witchcraft. Before they could get enough of this epical discovery, another magician immediately burst into them, calling them to stop. They immediately asked themselves a silent question when he ordered them not to use the formula so recklessly. Everyone was shocked to see a demand to stop using intellectual property due to copyright infringement. One of the requirements was a monthly payment granting permission to use the formula created by Deborah. The girl was so angry that she patented her invention and also introduced a fine for use without permission. They opened their mouths in surprise when they learned that she also forbade the use of the formula by those who insulted her and were involved in the trial. Meanwhile, Deborah was thrilled to see how many requests she received after the patent was introduced. She was even more pleased that in this way she ensured herself a constant flow of income. Initially, she was not sure of her idea, so 3 weeks ago she turned to the master, who was already pretty tired of her. For some reason, he looked extremely tired, saying that her last order had not yet been completed. Throwing a bag of coins on the table, she reassured him, saying that she had not come to rush him. The master beamed with joy as he picked up the bag of money, ready to help with her demand. She immediately asked whether it was possible to obtain a monopoly right to her invention, meaning a patent. He explained that this was possible if she received permission from the Ministry of Justice. After listening to his story that he himself often issues patents for his developments, she immediately asked about the cost. The master slyly stated that he was more interested not in jewelry, but in what exactly she wanted to patent. Deborah agreed to his condition, demanding the preliminary conclusion of an agreement on non-disclosure of this information. Using all his charm, he declared that if everything went smoothly with the patent, he would demand 20% of her proceeds. The girl looked furiously at the magician when he, sensing her dissatisfaction, tried to agree on 10%. Deborah's mood automatically changed when he also promised her the opportunity to purchase his products at a discount. The master was beside himself with shock when he heard that she had only improved Simeon's formula and wanted to get a patent. He asked again whether he understood correctly what she meant, since he also did not believe in the changeability of this formula. The last straw came when the girl handed her a simple piece of paper containing a whole discovery for their magical world. Deborah grinned when he called her gorgeous, as she still couldn't stop surprising him. Hearing the words that she couldn't even control mana, the master seemed to be illuminated with an understanding of why she needed a patent. Pointing his finger at one of the formulas, he stated that it could be presented as a patent for converting mana so that everything would work out. The master saw her doubts and explained that magicians can endow their mana with various properties. In an attempt to better convey his point, he mentioned her father, who is known for his water and ice magic. Deborah was all ears when he said that her formula could speed up the creation of a spell and fit the conditions of the law. He also drew her attention to the problematic way in which patent revenue was generated. Deborah thought about it, realizing that if the magicians were forced to pay her for each use, this would become a real problem. Finally, she came up with an even more amazing idea, which involves introducing a flat fee. She explained that the magician would pay her a certain amount monthly for using the formula. The master never ceased to be amazed at the genius of her ideas, because in this case it would be possible to make this system automatic. Grinning with satisfaction, she stated that until a person decides to give up the formula, the money will go to her. Realizing the simplicity and genius of this mechanism, the magician laughed loudly, causing Deborah's surprise. At first, she decided to set the price at 4 silver and 99 copper coins so as not to run into a fine. In the end, they nevertheless agreed to raise the price to 8 silver coins since the magicians were mostly wealthy. He also recommended that she not publish all the formulas at once, but do it gradually to increase the price a little. Deborah understood that thanks to the magician, she was able to quickly resolve her issue and get a stable source of income. However, she was surprised that instead of parties, she was invited to abstruse conferences. She turned to her assistant, ordering him to convey that she was positive about the conference. Deborah looked at him carefully when he said that Mrs. Helen had brought dresses for the festival for her. She was so caught up in all these proceedings that she completely forgot about the Spring Flower Festival. After some time, the girl was already sitting on the sofa, critically assessing the presented options. Helen, taught by bitter experience, still felt afraid of the sophisticated Deborah, so she very carefully showed off the dresses. Looking at the pink dress full of ruffles, the girl honestly answered that she didn't like this dress at all. She calmly explained that this marshmallow dress did not suit her style at all, as there were too many frills and bows. Helen honestly admitted that she relied on it to match the pink diamond, not her character. Deborah mentally agreed with her, realizing that initially this diamond should have gone to the pure and innocent Mia. She knew that if the dress was meant to be a backdrop for a pink diamond, it wouldn't have suited her anyway. The girl exhaled when she heard Deborah's calm instructions instead of the huge scandal in her manner. Apologizing for the long wait, she left as quickly as she could. Having said goodbye to the designer, Deborah suddenly thought that the dress would be of no use if she was alone at the ball. In the past, all this time she tried to invite Philip, but every time it ended sadly. She was forced to break away from her burdening thoughts when she saw a servant carrying a massive chest in his hands. Deborah was in an unpleasant shock after reading the note from Louis Gazelle that came with this gift. The girl still restrained the whole range of unpleasant emotions when she saw the chest overflowing with a valuable pile of silver. She still developed a love for money and precious metals, which is why Deborah's face lit up with a sly smile. The servant was extremely surprised when she ordered him to remove this gift. The girl understood that such a stupor was associated with the expectation that she would throw away all the gifts with a scream, as befits her hot-tempered image. Deborah purposefully abandoned her previous model of behavior, realizing that she would rather exchange all this for money. Meanwhile, Belek, who connected the girl with Louis, did not even know about her new decision. He asked in surprise when he heard that his sister did not burn Louis's letter, and even accepted his gift. Belek clearly expected that she would throw away the chest with a fight, having learned that it was not from Philip. A subordinate noticed his sad mood caused by Deborah's unpredictable behavior. Belek sadly noticed that such an ugly duckling from the Seymour family suddenly invented an improved mana formula. He also understood that this formula could be especially useful for his main competitor, the battle mage Rosard. Tiredly holding his head, he understood that most likely he had already solved his problems with the lack of mana and became more dangerous than ever. His assistant clearly did not understand the importance of her invention, so he only asked in surprise whether it was so important. Belek ordered him not to interfere, since he did not understand the true meaning and complexity of the situation. The next blow for him was that his father suddenly demanded to see him. He ended up sitting nervously in front of the Duke, burning with excitement. He could not even imagine that George would immediately turn his anger on him for trying to bring Deborah and Louis Gazelle together. Belek looked at the man in surprise when he assured him that she accepted the gift so as not to harm his reputation. He slammed the table angrily when he declared that he had done what he had to do, and it was high time Deborah found a mate. George immediately realized that he was trying to send her most remote lands into the clutches of such a hillbilly. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that his family owned large silver mines, which could be profitable. The Duke pierced him with a cold gaze when he reminded him that the Duke himself wanted to introduce Deborah to them. Belek remembered their conversation, where her father said to introduce her to someone else, since she always talks about Philip. George nevertheless stopped this, saying that in any case he had no need to interfere in her marriage. Once again, hearing an attempt to change his mind, he told him to find her an ice mage whose power would surpass his. Belek was struck on the spot, realizing that few could be stronger than his father and that this might be impossible. Having gathered his strength and asking for forgiveness for his arrogant behavior, he flew out of the office, trying to understand why his father had softened so much. Deborah's brother was burning with anger, feeling the weight of the knowledge that things would only get worse. Meanwhile, the new school day at the academy was filled with new incidents that created resonance. Full of decorations while waiting for Deborah, Louis didn't even imagine that everyone was quietly laughing at him rather than admiring him. He proudly shouted that he was the real son of the owner of the silver mines named Louis Gazelle. Louis became wary when he noticed the approach of his object of desire. The excellent Deborah appeared in front of him, instantly filling the entire space with her beauty. Passing by, she nevertheless caught her gaze on the awkward suitor, armed with a delicate bouquet of flowers. The girl felt stupefied when Louis tried to use all his charm, expressing his joy at the meeting. Before the man had time to raise his gaze, he was immediately severely rejected, dropping the bouquet from his hands when she hit him. He was truly taken aback when she bluntly stated that he looked extremely arrogant and should not have appeared here. She immediately stunned him by calling out the name of his mother's maid, whom he had cruelly offended and kicked out of the estate. Not wanting to answer the question of how she knew this, Deborah immediately continued to name the other victims of the girls. She said that the maids reported everything to her and offered to read their appeal directly in front of everyone. Louis immediately timidly began to ask her not to do this, after which she nevertheless declared that she did not want to delve into this dirt. He turned white with fear when she also mentioned his illegal money dealings and tax evasion. Looking insidiously at the man, Deborah carefully hinted that if her brother or father found out about all this, then he would definitely be in trouble. Immediately imagining what this would entail, he bowed in fear, asking what she wanted for silence. Deborah's only wish was that he should never come into her sight again and should not dare appear in this part. Before she had time to count to 3, he immediately disappeared into space, running as far as possible from the girl. Having gotten rid of the annoying gentleman, Deborah looked at the letter with caution, only guessing where the master could get this information from. Meanwhile, Belek walked thoughtfully around the palace, lost in his thoughts. He was surprised to hear the news that Louis Gazelle had fallen from his horse and was badly hurt, so he would not appear in society for now. Feeling very anxious, he accidentally wandered into the garden, which surprised him even more. The guy could not understand the reason why his father decided to modify his mother's old rosary in such a way. He continued to look ahead thoughtfully, not even realizing that he would soon have a difficult meeting with his sister. Belek immediately asked her about the reason for her appearance, after which she asked if she really needed a reason to chat with her brother. She dismissed his suggestion that she had come to brag, given the recent success of her latest discovery. Deborah directly stated that she had come to demand an apology for all his bullying and ridicule. He grinned, advising him to remember what she was like and how she behaved, leaving him no choice. Realizing that at this rate she would not achieve what she wanted, the girl contemptuously threw an envelope at her brother. It contained all the unpleasant information about Louis, which indicated that he was very mistaken about him. Trying to justify himself, he accidentally mentioned that such secret information was not even in Rosar's files. He looked at his sister in surprise when she concluded that it was Rosar who chose Louis for her, and Belek was only trying to appropriate this idea. Deborah finally realized that it was Rosard who planted information about Louis so that he would insist on her marriage, intending to get the silver. They hoped that she would start to freak out about the wedding and anger her father, provoking a desire to get rid of her. Thus, Rosar was going to force Belek out, knowing that if Louis's secrets came out after the wedding, he would be the one to blame. Before he had time to recover from the first envelope, the girl immediately handed him the next one. Belek almost fell in surprise when he finally became familiar with the contents of the new envelope. Deborah looked triumphantly at him, internally rejoicing that the master was looking for information not only about Louis. That day he called out to her, once again learning that she really wanted to stab her brother. Smiling, the master handed her an envelope, calling it a gift from her partner that she should use wisely. What he read dealt an undeniable blow to Belek, after which his hands began to shake violently. The first thing that struck him was the news that the mine in which he had invested was being sold. Deborah corrected him, saying that the problem was the depletion of the silver veins. She also continued to put psychological pressure on him, saying that her father would be interested in knowing about his role in her marriage. Belek looked at his sister in shock when she mentioned Rosard, who had increased his influence through victories in the East. Hearing the question of what exactly she wanted, the girl only smiled slyly, ordering him to apologize. Deborah saw his stupor and realized that he did not agree to such conditions, since this price was too expensive for him. He still stopped her when the girl headed towards the palace, saying that she was just going to see her father. Gritting his teeth and feeling extremely embarrassed, Belek still said that he was very sorry. The girl grinned wickedly when he continued, saying that he had managed to do things and harm her. She forced him to list all the ways he had harmed her, but was still surprised when he said that he had been oblivious to her potential. In the end, Deborah still decided to do him a favor, since he turned out to be so convincing. Before he had time to joyfully ask if she forgives him, a contract immediately appeared before his eyes, which she demanded to sign. Belek was clearly unhappy that he would be obliged to create the necessary copies for her. Burning with embarrassment, he tried to silence her when she hinted that she knew about some of his secret inventions. She gently pointed him to the place to sign when he said that he had already realized the amazingness of her ability to ferret out information. His hands were shaking, and his face was bright red as he again demanded a guarantee of silence in exchange for a signature. Ultimately, Deborah smiled triumphantly, realizing that the best artifact master in the Empire was now serving her. The next day, the girl walked through the corridors of the academy as if nothing had happened, surprised that everyone was running away. She noticed with annoyance that after that incident with Louis, they began to avoid her even more. Due to the fact that all rumors spread very quickly among them, everyone already knew that she had rejected him. While thinking about how she could now find a ballroom partner, the girl accidentally wandered into a deserted clearing. Before she could walk further, she immediately noticed an unknown sound coming from behind. To her surprise, there was a fluffy, well-groomed cat there, which instantly attracted Deborah. Admiring the animal, she thought that she had no idea that such cuties existed here. She also noticed Isidore, who knelt down specifically to pet the cat. Deborah was truly impressed by the sight, considering how much she likes cats and handsome men. The guy still found Deborah standing behind him and was surprised to see her in such a place. A casual conversation arose between them about how he was very impressed with her successes in business and science. The girl looked at the cat in surprise when she meowed protractedly, clutching her dress with her claws. Deborah remembered that she had forgotten to put out a bag of catnip when Isidore noticed that she liked it. She looked at the guy in surprise when he casually asked if she had found a gentleman for the ball. Suddenly closing the distance, Isidore, with a smile, expressed the hope that this time he would have the honor of accompanying her. Hearing the answer that he shouldn't hope, he still used all his charm and asked if he had a chance. Feeling a sudden, pleasant pressure, Deborah became embarrassed, trying to push him away from her. Isidore was extremely surprised to see how suddenly she had urgent matters to attend to. He was suddenly struck by the idea that the girl was heading specifically to her main informant. Deborah almost flew into the office, immediately addressing the master without any warning. Considering that just a couple of minutes ago he was with her in the clearing in the guise of Isidore, he clearly had to work hard to arrive earlier. Not wanting to admit that he ran as hard as he could, he only justified his poor appearance by playing sports. His face fell in surprise when she said that she had come to find out about Isidore, since he had become even stranger. She argued this oddity by saying that he unexpectedly decided to become her gentleman at the ball. The master darkened in surprise when he heard the true reason for the girl's visit, connected with such an ordinary situation. He visibly tensed when she stated that he was definitely up to something and intended to get something from her father. Wanting to dispel her negative attitude, he threw a pile of papers on the table, urging her to calm down and look at the materials. Deborah was filled with shock when she saw that the file contained several versions, including edits and different variants. At first, he didn't understand what exactly she meant, noticing that he had made a lot of adjustments. It dawned on him that he had provided her with a draft that put him in an awkward position, and a new dossier appeared in front of her. He explained that it consists of 6 criteria including appearance, ability, reputation, finances, influence, and character. From the very first page, a real analysis of all her abilities awaited her, as if on a dating site. Deborah was blown away, as she expected to see everything but this. She decided to approach him gently, saying that such a characteristic clearly raised doubts about his abilities. The master was upset when she, seeing all the abundance of positive qualities and aspects of Isidore's personality, thought that he had bribed him. Trying to convince her that she was too biased, he only made the girl more wary of smelling a lie. Based on the information provided, she had the feeling that there was no one more perfect than him. The master was clearly dissatisfied, without even realizing that the girl already suspected with all her might that they were both dating. His hand fell to the table with a crash, as Deborah said she didn't believe it because she knew how self-serving he was. Seeing his sad face, she nevertheless came to the conclusion about Isidore's influence, since even the master could not find anything. The girl realized that she would not get anything more from him and ended the dialogue by throwing the bag of money on the table. Before she had time to approach the door, she was immediately stopped when she heard a new question from the magician. Remaining calm, he directly asked who she was going to the spring ball with. Deborah decided to try her luck out of curiosity and responded by asking him if he would like to go with her for a generous payment. With a confident flash of her gaze, she reassured the shocked magician by saying that she was only joking. The master was so taken aback that at first he didn't even know what to answer her, until he finally called her sense of humor terrible. Considering his answer, the girl's thoughts still revolved around the fact that she would have to go to the festival with Isidore. Seeing that Deborah had finally left the office, the master could relax a little, being forced to calm his embarrassment. After some time, the cherished holiday finally arrived, filling the academy with new colors. The elegantly dressed ladies were shocked when they noticed in the distance a new reason for future gossip. All the eyes of those around were focused on the couple Philip and Mia, who suddenly appeared in society. They all tried to guess who this lady was, accompanied by Montez, that he even helped her get out of the carriage. Having carefully examined the girl's silhouette, they nevertheless came to the conclusion that this was the famous Mia Binocha. The ladies continued to discuss how even though she was from a simple family, she possessed enormous divine power. The star couple quickly disappeared behind the massive doors, where they were already met by a servant. Sometime after he took Mia to the fitting room, she appeared in front of Philip, illuminating everyone with beauty. The man proudly presented Montez with her outfit, which met his requirements of being cute and luxurious. Mia Binocha was burning with surprise and delight, admiring all the work done. The girl modestly thanked Philip, who complimented her on how well this dress suited her. The man just looked at his chosen one with satisfaction, expressing his conviction that she would make an excellent goddess. Philip brought her lock of hair in his mouth and directly stated that none of the girls present at the festival would look better than her. He thought with a grin that people like Deborah, on the contrary, would be left out, given the kind of provocative clothes she likes. Looking at Mia, he still tried to calm down the last thoughts about why Deborah stopped writing to him. After some time, they finally found themselves in the middle of the banquet hall, surrounded by dancing couples. They immediately joined their friends, holding hands. Philip proudly looked at his companion, listening to the flattering words of those around him about how perfect her image looked. His face lit up with a victorious grin, as if the girl was his trophy, which he showed off to others. Before he could complete his thought that Mia would be the best flower, his attention was immediately drawn to another girl. All the thoughts of those around were confused when they saw the gorgeous Deborah accompanied by Isidore. The confident girl grinned triumphantly, looking around at everyone present in the room. Their mouths opened in surprise when they saw the sparkling pink diamond on the girl's neck. Everyone was delighted with the incredible beauty of this unsurpassed stone. Deborah looked so gorgeous at this moment that it seemed that even her boyfriend was openly admiring her. After seeing how close these two were, the other ladies were blown away by how gorgeous they looked together. The girl felt all eyes on them and was clearly pleased with all this attention. At that moment, she was again convinced that she had done the right thing by choosing pink as her main color. Deborah glanced at her boyfriend, agreeing that he looked just perfect in pink, The man watched Deborah with a smile, while she was mentally surprised that he still listened to her. Shortly before the festival, the girl nevertheless sent him a letter, indicating that she would agree to his proposal if he dressed as she said. She was only once again convinced that the matching outfits of her partners made a special impression. Finally, Deborah nevertheless dispelled the prevailing silence, warning Isidore that she walked quite quickly. Meanwhile, everyone joyfully greeted the emerging crown prince, looking at everyone from above. He smiled benevolently at the crowd, flashing his bright yellow eyes before greeting everyone. As soon as the music started, the crown prince was already dancing with the lady. Deborah shrewdly observed the guy, after which she came to the conclusion that his appearance was greatly overrated. In the Empire, blue was believed to be the color of the sea and sky, as well as majesty, giving rise to the concept of blue blood. The girl knew that if everything went well, then this prince would become emperor. He was the best option, since the second prince was too weak, and the third was born from a woman from another country and could not ascend to the throne due to prejudice. Deborah looked at Isidore's outstretched hand, knowing that everyone was against his coronation, even though his mother was the emperor's favorite. The man invited her to dance together, illuminating her with his radiant smile. The girl was forced to interrupt her thoughts, feeling how much her cheeks turned red from such a proposal. As if hypnotized, she agreed to Isidore's proposal until she suddenly realized that she was weak in dancing. Intentionally approaching the taken-aback girl, Isidore asked with a grin if she was worried. In an attempt to maintain the remnants of self-control, she only cautiously stated that she always dances like this. Isidore tried to relax his partner and remind him that she was not at the parade, but all her thoughts were occupied by his pleasant smell. Suddenly spinning the girl around in a dance, he confidently ordered her to listen to the melody. To his surprise, Deborah was extremely bad at dancing and was one step away from crushing his leg. Feeling that she was about to lose her balance, the man again confidently grabbed her by the waist, pressing her to him. Being someone who had never felt such emotions before, the girl was shocked by such an excess of feelings and sensations. Isidore was clearly pleased with the range of sensations she experienced from just dancing next to him. Deborah's thoughts were filled with how well he was doing in the lead role, even though her movements were poor. In the end, she still stepped on his foot, causing discomfort. Intentionally pressing Deborah to his waist, Isidore asked if she had stepped on him on purpose. She tried to convince him that this was not the case at all, but was distracted by one minor detail. The girl was surprised to see how angrily Philip, burning with anger, looked at them. She still could not understand the reason for such a piercing gaze directed directly at her and Isidore. Noticing the girl's interest, her companion immediately decided to return her attention to himself, covering her with his back from the annoying guy. Before Deborah had time to enjoy the moment that had arisen between them, she immediately heard the news that the dance was over. The girl turned away from her gentleman and looked embarrassed at the audience, admiring them. Isidore looked forward thoughtfully when Deborah complimented him, saying that today he was the most enviable gentleman. Meanwhile, Philip continued to glare at them, sensing that his couple's cherished moment of glory had come to an end. They were both clearly tired of the hatred with which the angry Philip stared at them. The girl thought that he could be so angry because of the diamond, but was distracted by hearing someone else's voice. It turned out to be Isidora's comrade, who joyfully shared with them the assumption that they would be chosen as the best couple. She didn't even expect that his appearance would cause him such discomfort and annoyance. Deborah decided to find out who it was, after which Isidore named this guy Terry Orgo. He also mentioned the fifth princess, with whom he appeared at the festival. When Deborah saw her, memories of the hearing 2 weeks ago immediately appeared in Deborah's mind. That day, the girl greatly surprised all the students at the academy, including the admiration of the princess. A bored Terry noticed the girl's open interest in how she solved the equation so quickly. She was visibly shocked that she managed to do something that only geniuses could do. Picking up her surprised mood, Isidore reminded them that he had told them how interesting she was. The princess was so delighted with her that she ordered him to bring her to their club. Finally, the day came when she met that very girl who amazed everyone with her genius. Deborah felt slightly nervous as she tried to understand why this girl was looking at her like that. Meanwhile, Terry continued to taunt his friend kindly, pointing out how dazzling he looked today. His importunity caused a mixture of indignation and surprise in Deborah, who quietly watched all this. Realizing that their conversation was gradually moving away from the original plan, the princess gently drew attention to herself. Understanding what she was driving at, Isidore promptly introduced them to Miss Deborah Seymour. Although the girl saw her in person for the first time, she still considered her a pleasant person and called meeting her an honor. To some extent, she served as a source of clients for Deborah as she publicized her case, making the formula known. The princess immediately admitted that she had been wanting to talk to her for a long time, and also complimented her outfit. The coming stream of admiring compliments and the desire to get to know her better struck Deborah on the spot. After beating around the bush for a while, the princess announced that she was inviting her to their club. Isidore tried to stop her, saying that he had not yet had time to discuss this issue with Deborah. She just shut him up, saying that this was not discussed, and then proceeded to list the advantages of the club, mentioning the beauty of the head of the club. Advertising like this only made Deborah apprehensive about how desperate his situation seemed. After analyzing the environment, the girl concluded that they were counting on the fact that she would not be able to refuse in public. Ultimately, she came to the conclusion that it was even better for her, and thanked her for the invitation with a radiant smile. Not wanting to hesitate, the princess impatiently said that she had better approach them immediately, rather than thank them for anything. Isidore was stunned to hear her agree to join their club. As if not believing what was said, he asked again if she really thought so. Likewise, unable to believe how quickly she agreed, the princess declared that she would bitterly regret it if she went back on her words. Deborah liked this straightforwardness of the princess, so she immediately replied that she would not dare to deceive her. Worried that she would change her mind, the princess immediately ordered Terry to bring the documents. The girl beamed with joy when the princess mentioned that she was participating in a magic conference and would like to ask something. Meanwhile, the Erechron Club management was similarly concerned that Deborah had been dragged into a rival club. They understood that everything had already been decided, since even despite the girl's willfulness, she still could not refuse the princess. The guys turned inquiringly to Philip, who had previously convinced them that she would definitely join their club. He pointedly asked why they changed their minds, because before they were all against it. They only said that a lot had changed, which was confirmed by the ball, where she amazed everyone with her wonderful dance. Philip analyzed with annoyance how quickly she changed the opinions of others about herself, having thought out all the details perfectly. Hearing the mention of Isidore, he only contemptuously called him henpecked, a disgrace to society. Thoughtfully examining the glass in his hand, he heard an offer to win her over to his side while she had not yet signed the contract. Not wanting to listen to them anymore, he angrily ordered them to shut up, since he clearly did not intend to humiliate himself in front of her. At the same time, Deborah and Isidore continued to be under the gun of many female gazes devouring the guy. The girl was mentally amazed at his composure, considering that all those girls were asking to dance with him, but he didn't care. She still couldn't understand why he was so friendly with her. Feeling the girl's gaze on him, he turned around, awkwardly meeting her eyes. Hearing his question about whether she really turned away because of his dazzlingness, Deborah only grumbled dissatisfiedly. Knowing that she openly admired him, Isidore nevertheless approached her, again charming him with himself. Smiling corrosively, the man accused her of unprecedented severity, with which she kept trying to push him away. Deborah could not hide her embarrassment when he said that this was precisely why he wanted to play pranks so much. Like a devil, Isidore looked piercingly straight into her eyes, never breaking his seductive eye contact. The girl was burning with embarrassment, unable to tear herself away from this handsome man. She still gathered all her will into a fist, realizing that at this rate she would fall for his male charms. Deborah was nevertheless forced to break away from her interlocutor, seeing something interesting ahead. She tried to understand who exactly Mia was dancing with and how Philip even allowed her to dance with someone else. The girl's new partner turned out to be the well-known Dira Orgo, who was constantly looking at Mia. Deborah knew that he was distinguished by his disgust and sense of justice, for which he was nicknamed the Judge. Thus, it finally dawned on her that all of Mia's suitors had gathered in this place, among whom only Rosard was missing. To her surprise, Belek suddenly appeared in front of her and immediately addressed Isidore. They both looked at the guy who had appeared in surprise, trying to understand the reason for his visit. He just quickly walked around the man, finally whispering that if she was holding him hostage, he should give a sign. Before they had time to recover from such advice, Belek immediately disappeared into space, running away before Deborah's wrath. The girl was beside herself, realizing what impudence her brother allowed himself. Isidore noted with a smile that they got along well, as if ignoring the girl's mood. Hearing his words that he was a little jealous of her, she grinned, answering that this was his happiness, because this way he would have fewer enemies. The girl's frankness made him smile, which is why he again kindly called her funny. Deborah paid attention to the time, knowing that soon there would be a masquerade ball in the main square of the castle. She would have gladly attended this event, but was forced to leave on her own business. Before she could leave, her companion immediately followed her, as if he did not want to let go. Without any embarrassment, the man squeezed her palm and asked her to give him their last dance together. Deborah found herself confused, since she didn't really want to refuse her gentleman, and she didn't want to stay late at the event either. To their surprise, Philip suddenly intervened between them, calling out to Deborah in order to also invite her to dance. The girl felt an obvious stupor, not understanding why he suddenly proposed this so sharply. Throwing his opponent's hand away from the girl, Isidore declared that he did not intend to yield to him, obviously not wanting to give in. Philip reminded that a girl at a ball cannot dance with only one gentleman. At that moment, Deborah no longer felt anything except irritation and a desire to get away from them as quickly as possible. Isidore's face became even more negative, after which he said that Philip's insistence seemed even more inappropriate. Grinning cheekily, he replied that unlike him, he had not been guarding his lady all evening. Looking back, Deborah realized that their conflict was again gaining such momentum that those around them were already starting to gossip. Not understanding what was happening here at all, she experienced severe discomfort. Deciding to take the situation into her own hands, she turned to Philip with a question about since when he was concerned about her reputation. She recalled that all this time he only caused her pain, which is why now his behavior seems unrealistic. Folding his arms across his chest, he directly asked her if she really wanted to dance with him. Not wanting to endure it any longer, she compared it to rotten and forgotten food on her table, which she was no longer interested in. His face twisted in surprise when she immediately asked him if he knew the feeling of being served such food. Without thinking twice, she answered her own question, saying that this feeling is comparable to when someone throws mud at you. Calling him rotten food, she took Isidore's hand and walked forward, ordering Philip to go to his partner. Smiling insidiously, she finally said that she wanted to end the evening well in the company of the best flower of the year. Finally, after many minutes of dancing, Deborah was forced to run through the streets, surprising the assistant. Not wanting to answer his questions, she only ordered him to follow her quietly, knowing that she was already very late. While at the night market, she was looking for the basement of a house behind a shop with ceramic pots where they were holding a secret auction. She remembered that according to the story in the book, one of the lots from this auction fell into Deborah's hands. It was an ancient artifact capable of warming the sacred egg. Deborah knew that she really liked him, so she readily pulled on her hood, wanting to get him at any cost. In ancient times, in their world, there were agiasmas, born from the connection between a spirit and an animal. Despite their immortality, they still covered all their tracks to avoid the darkness that reigned in their world. With the help of a special artifact, you can awaken an egg like Dira Orgo, who gave Mia a white turtle, which he personally awakened. The girl understood that she, as a villain, would be especially useful since she could be used in special situations. Unfortunately for her, she is not Mia, for whom everyone would be ready to stand up. After a long couple of minutes, she finally spotted the treasured pots, indicating that the auction was approaching. Her assistant was extremely surprised when she ordered him to stay here as she had some business to attend to. The girl was clearly against his presence at this event and tried to convince him that she would not do anything illegal. Putting on a black mask, she went downstairs, ordering him to stand and wait here until midnight until she returned. The event was in full swing, so all the participants were already announcing their bets with might and main. The presenter excitedly encouraged everyone to bet even more, forcing them to get more involved in this process. Deborah watched what was happening with an inscrutable face, waiting for her treasured lot, for which she had come here. Having announced the new object, the presenter called to look at its pure radiance, insisting that it was the feather of an ancient bird. The girl watching this only exhaled tiredly, realizing that from the phoenix feather he only had a name and a spell. Looking thoughtfully at the rest of the lots, she was still not sure whether she would be lucky today. She remembered that the novel said that the item she needed was very rare, but at the moment, they all seemed so to her. All the objects left on the table somehow met this criterion, which confused Deborah even more. By this point, prices had become simply astronomical, and Deborah understood that she did not have the opportunity or right to buy everything. Deciding to think about what Dira Orgo would want to buy in this situation, she immediately looked at the modestly lying sword. Fortunately for her, the presenter immediately announced this lot in the form of a bastard sword that exterminates demons. Before he could name the starting price, another participant immediately responded by raising the bid. The girl looked at her opponent with interest, analyzing the details of his behavior and appearance. Her gaze instantly caught the emblem of a dark horse, which is the symbol of the knightly detachment in which Dira was. She clearly had no intention of giving the required sword to Dira's henchman and raised her hand, raising the bid from 50 to 100 gold. Looking at his competitor with obvious dissatisfaction, the man carefully named the amount of 110 gold coins. All the other participants froze in surprise when she struck back, raising the price to 220 gold. Hearing shocked speeches that this was the highest bid today, Deborah only smiled slyly. After some time, she thoughtfully examined the sword, trying to understand the method of using it for her purpose. Meanwhile, a new lot was again announced in the hall in the form of a valuable book of morality, containing life wisdom. Deborah mentally shrugged it off, suggesting that such a book would hardly be of interest to anyone. To her surprise, a certain man in a white robe nevertheless raised his hand, expressing a desire to purchase the book. Even with his face covered, he still stood out from the crowd with his unusual appearance and broad shoulders. Seeing this guy, Deborah herself was surprised for a minute, appreciating his beauty and charisma. Before she had time to come to her senses, he immediately approached her with a book in his hands and bent down, peering into her face. Noticing her stupor, he took off his mask with a smile, demonstrating that he was the one with whom she had recently been at the ball. The girl peered into his face in shock, not believing that this was the same Isidore Visconti. The man continued to look at the girl with a smile, allowing her to get used to this idea. Deborah asked him how he recognized her, after which she heard the answer that both her gait and her figure indicated this to him. As if scalded, Deborah began to hide her hair when he pointed out that it was visibly sticking out of her hood. He looked at the object in surprise when he heard her counter-question about why he needed this book, containing the advice of an old moralist. In response, he only invited her to pick up this book, but the girl waved it off, saying that she didn't really need it. Deborah couldn't believe her ears when he said that it didn't contain sermons, but ways to make money. Isidore flashed his eyes slyly, suggesting that it might well be useful to her in the future. In the end, she still agreed to his proposal and took away this seemingly predictable book. Having resolved this issue, Isidore approached her with a proposal to go outside and admire the fireworks that would begin soon. Deborah had long dreamed of seeing him with her own eyes, so his proposal made her noticeably happy. Isidore stared at the girl in surprise, clearly not expecting her to agree to his proposal so quickly. After leaving the main hall, the man showed her the fast travel seal, adding that they would be in a special place. He put his arm securely around Deborah's waist, arguing that there were two of them, so it was better for them to stay close so that everything would go well. The girl looked at the flickering particles around in surprise, feeling how they were smoothly transferred to another place. Ultimately, she was clearly surprised by the chosen location, being on the top floor of a tall tower. Isidore slowly approached the balcony, adding that here they had the best view. Seeing that the girl stood nearby and leaned on the railing, he followed her example and provoked an unsafe creak. Deborah looked at Isidore in shock, feeling as if she was about to fall down. The man was clearly pleased with the girl's reaction, for the sake of which he made her pretty nervous. From such a sudden attack of excitement, she was forced to grab her companion's hand, looking him straight in the eyes. Realizing that all this was done on purpose, Deborah glared at Isidore when he said that she was very active today. Before she had time to properly scold the guy, she was immediately distracted by the news about the start of the main celebration. Turning her head to the side, Deborah was shocked to see myriads of bright flashes filling the entire sky. They both watched in fascination as the purple magic erupted in the evening sky. The girl could not describe in words all the delight she experienced from such a landscape, which delighted her to the depths of her soul. As if enchanted, she tried to catch the fireworks with her fingertips, smiling radiantly with happiness. Even though Isidore agreed with her, his gaze was still focused on her, and not on the bright sky. After the end of the holiday, heading home, Deborah still could not believe what had happened, as if she was in a dream. She continued to replay the events of this evening in her head, focusing on Isidore's cherished phrase. Realizing how ambiguous her words sounded, she tried to recover from the obsession caused by his gaze. Before she could enter the palace, she was immediately greeted by a sad butler. Bowing, he hinted that an agitated duke was waiting for her, given how long she'd been delayed. Deborah realized that she had left a guard at the door and gone about her business without warning, which only frightened everyone else more. Having modestly announced her return, she immediately met her father standing thoughtfully at the window. Having learned of her presence, the Duke did not even turn around, which only further confirmed how angry he was. Without mentioning the fact that he was really worried, George coldly stated that he was only asking when she would come. She looked at the Duke blankly when he added that she seemed to be having a good time. Still feeling a little dizzy from all the adventures, she did raise a question from him about why she looked so rumpled. Before she could say that she was at the night market, she was immediately deafened by the restless cry of a man. Immediately assuming the worst-case scenario, he accused Visconti of taking her to such a place on purpose. The girl rolled her eyes tiredly, knowing that it was her initiative to visit this place, and not the hated Isidore. She knew that this morning a man had personally come to their estate to take her to the palace for the ball. Taking into account her demand, Isidore showed up to her directly with flowers, wearing his pink fashionable suit. Deborah's conservative father was in real shock, not understanding what this pompous turkey had forgotten there. Not knowing the true state of things, the Duke continued to grumble, thinking that this guy had left his daughter alone with all the rabble. Deborah explained that it was her decision to attend the auction because she heard about the rare item presented at it. Not understanding what kind of book she handed him, George flipped through a few pages with prejudice. Not even half a minute had passed before he was immediately surprised to learn that this book was written by the head of the Seymour family in the 6th generation. He also pointed out that he was left-handed, which is why his handwriting looks like a cipher, so the text can be read by reflecting it in a mirror. Deborah's father's hands trembled when he realized that this was how Bellman Seymour left his memoirs. The girl only wearily watched her father's delight, indicating that he had a new hyperfixation. She immediately remembered the episode with Isidore when he said that this book could be useful to her. Mentally thanking her companion for such a gift, she declared with a smile that this was her gift to her father. George's father's heart fluttered when he noticed that she had deliberately left the ball in such a dangerous place to buy him a gift. Wishing her to rest as best as possible, he buried himself in a book, giving her the opportunity to leave the office. Before he had time to relax, he was immediately surprised to hear Deborah's piercing scream. The girl suddenly fell to the floor, fearfully looking at the floor floating in her eyes. George immediately rushed to her aid, trying to find out what happened to her. The shocked girl said that she could not find her pink diamond, which she definitely put in her inner pocket. In the following days, Ixion had its own atmosphere filled with anxiety about the latest news. The princess asked him again whether Deborah had signed the documents to join their society. The guy gave a negative answer, informing her that he could not meet with her, since she had not been leaving the house lately. The princess looked at him dumbfounded when he told the rumors about her illness. Rejecting her offer to check on the girl, he suggested that she might just be very angry. The guy learned information from the servants that she had lost her pink diamond while at the night market. Repeating the phrase that she had been robbed, she confidently stated that this stone might already be on the black market. He also heard that Philip Montes is already trying to find the diamond, which doesn't seem like a very good idea. Both Terry and Vanessa came to the conclusion that Deborah would definitely not tolerate it if he found this diamond and gave it to Mia. The girl remained silent when he expressed confidence that in this case someone's blood would definitely be shed. Meanwhile, Deborah was already in the process of selling this pink diamond for which she played out all this drama. Hearing her question about the current value of the jewelry, the master remained silent, pausing thoughtfully. The girl was over the moon when he announced that she was now worth 2.5 times the original price. He argued this cost by saying that it greatly fueled the public's interest by appearing at the ball with a diamond. Deborah proudly mentioned that she herself was upset, trying to get into the role of a sad girl after losing a stone. Hearing her question about who the buyer was, the master replied that it was a collector from another country. This detail made her feel even more calm since the further the stone moves, the better for her. The master remembered his little trick, since initially Philip Montes offered the highest price. Even Miguel was surprised at the huge amount of money Philip offered. Isidore delayed his answer when he asked whether he would still give the stone to Montes or not. Ultimately, he nevertheless rejected his offer, transferring the right to purchase to the next person on the list. Meanwhile, Deborah was playing peacefully with Cookie, not even knowing what a favor this man had done for her. He knew that Philip would have given this diamond to Mia Binoche if he had received it, which would have greatly harmed Deborah. After some time, he showed the girl a chest of jewelry given by the buyer. Looking at such an abundance of bright stones, Deborah was in seventh heaven and wanted to hug the master. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the satisfied face of his business partner. The girl closed the lid of the chest and invited him to start discussing their joint project. She clearly knew that their empire was a stratified society, where those not born aristocrats would always be constrained by rules. Lost in thought, she felt saddened by the fact that she would lose her status if she did not marry. Realizing that she urgently needed to make more money, Deborah pointed to a building in the crowded Huron area where she wanted to invest. Having offered her another place by the fountain, the master was refused, arguing that this place was not so attractive. Having heard his statement that magicians do not favor pastry shops, she still asked him to look at the property in this place. Deborah added that she wanted to personally work on the external facade of the building and handed him a piece of paper with the layout of the future building. The master was delighted to realize what a brilliant job the girl had done. To her surprise, he stated that he wanted to take the drawing, even though it was an unfinished sketch. Seeing his confusion regarding one of the drawings, she explained that she wanted to invite him to invest in the creation of a trade guild. She added that this guild would be a legal entity that they would jointly own. In their empire, this was considered common practice, since many aristocrats considered trade an unworthy occupation. Noting the benefits of this idea, Isidore was especially pleased that they would be able to pay less taxes. Meanwhile, Deborah continued to gaze thoughtfully at the ceiling, knowing that she had already chosen the location and theme. Less than 6 months later, she decided to disturb her brother by bursting into his office without warning. Meanwhile, after the master's decision, Philip was beside himself with anger, which he was already taking out with all his might on his subordinate. Covered in blood from the beatings, he continued to beg for mercy. It seems that his plaintive requests only irritated Montes more, after which he grabbed his head with pressure. Having ordered him to find the stone at any cost, Philip was distracted when he heard another servant calling him. Dropping his martyr like a sack of potatoes, the guy muttered dissatisfiedly that his father was already starting to get boring. A couple of minutes later, he found himself in his father's office, where he immediately began re-educating Philip. He was clearly angry that his son kept getting involved in jewelry-related troubles. Disgraced by his son's behavior, he contemptuously said that even Miss Seymour was laughing at him. His father was also angry with him for a bunch of crippled servants on whom he took out his anger time after time. Philip looked down with displeasure, clearly disagreeing with his father's opposite position. Hearing the mention of Deborah, he continued to replay her contemptuous comparison of him to a rotten dish. He clenched his fist angrily, somehow expressing his opinion that he was doing this not for Mia's sake, but to laugh at Deborah right in the face. Philip's father could not restrain himself and hit his careless son right in the face, returning him to harsh reality. Calling him a stupid boy, he told him to do as he knows if he wants to end up behind bars. Being in complete prostration, Philip followed his father's demand and agreed with him, asking for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Mia similarly found herself in a bad situation, subject to the wrath of her nanny. She stared ahead blankly as Ophelia again expressed her anger at not being the flower of the year. She said that she dyed her hair pink and made everyone think that she was a saint, and now everyone reveres Visconti. Hearing this, Mia recalled that she had told the high priest that her holy powers were quite impressive. Like a fury, she burned the girl with her gaze, reminding her of the simple truth that aristocrats like sensations. Ophelia said that this was of no use, since now everyone considers Deborah a more interesting person. The woman angrily dug her nails into her shoulders, accusing her of not giving her anything in return after everything she had done for her. Ophelia was so angry that she didn't even notice how blood was gushing from the open wounds and just kept telling her to get better. As if in a trance, Mia remembered the meeting with Deborah and Visconti and felt nausea creeping up her throat. This whole situation only increased the girl's hatred towards all these people who had taken over her life. The next morning, Balek, as if nothing had happened, decided to make fun of Deborah for the lost pink diamond. The girl immediately countered his sarcastic remark by showing off a new gift from her father. Having put an end to this little skirmish, he still decided to find out why she called him. Balek turned white in surprise when she immediately handed him a drawing with the artifacts that he would create. At first, he could not understand what kind of thing was depicted on the sheet. He was truly surprised when he learned that it turned out that Deborah had drawn all this. After a couple of minutes, he finally understood the true mechanism of action of this structure, equipped with fancy knives. The girl stared wearily at the guy when he suggested that she had dealt with someone and decided to get rid of the body. Deborah was going to focus on creating freshly squeezed juices using a blender. The girl was delighted with her idea, knowing that it would become a real innovation in their world. At first, Belek was reluctant to respond to her demand, until she threatened him with a contract obliging him to obey her in everything. This condition was stated in one small sentence, which simply went unnoticed. Belek was so amazed by his sister's meanness that he felt the ground gradually disappear from under his feet. Using a secret trick, Deborah mentioned his little secret, after which he immediately perked up. Pushing him away from her, the girl additionally threw another drawing at him, similar to the first. Deborah considered these devices a must-have because they would help her improve her productivity and increase her income. Finally, she also mentioned that if he wanted to patent these artifacts, he would have to give her 30%. Obviously, he didn't understand her idea with the patent, so she still insisted that he should listen to her. She was absolutely sure that if she opened a franchise, there would be great demand for this equipment. Having finished her business conversation with her brother, she went to the academy, where she was shocked by so many students imitating Isidore. Deborah wearily grabbed her head, not believing her eyes when she saw so many men in pink. Walking thoughtfully around the academy grounds, she again thought about how good the location was. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the princess hiding behind the wall, surrounded by her maids. Deborah was floored, admitting the idea that she was hiding from someone. The girl decisively approached the spy, engaging her in a casual conversation about her well-being. She was delighted to hear Deborah say that she had a good sense of other people's presence. After discussing the issue of attending the conference together, Vanessa decided to gently remind the girl of her promise. Deborah immediately understood what she was getting at, so she announced with a smile that after the conference she would sign the membership documents. Trying to keep up appearances, the princess pretended that she had no intention of pushing Deborah, given her latest tragedy. Before she had time to thank her for her support, she immediately said that she would not regret joining Upsilon. Having learned that their head had become the flower of the year, the girl decided to find out about the benefits that this status provides. Deborah remembered that according to the plot of the novel, Mia won the vote, so she became the most famous lady in the city. After briefly thinking about whether she had changed the course of events much, she nevertheless invited the princess to go to the conference. Rejoicing that her business was gradually improving, the girl quickly headed towards the academy. Vanessa suddenly said that being with Deborah was so exciting, as if she were walking next to a wild animal. Feeling that the princess seemed out of this world, the girl was not very surprised since she had already dealt with such people before. Deborah found herself at the door and again thought about how she could have managed to agree to the lecture. To her surprise, Duke Seymour was also at the conference, sitting imposingly in the back row. All his colleagues were surprised to realize that he had called them to an urgent meeting, and in the end brought them here to show off his daughter. Gathering her will, Deborah kindly announced that she was going to tell them about her formula. Everyone was amazed at her openness, believing that no matter how inexperienced she was, she needed to watch her facial expression. After some time, they became convinced that she was good at her job. Agreeing that it was difficult to find flaws in her performance, one man complimented Deborah's father. They gasped in surprise to see that the previously cold Duke liked their praise. One of them decided to stand out and attract his attention by openly complimenting him. Everyone else was outraged by his behavior, thinking that he was trying to screw them over. Taking a new turn in the game, another professor decided to compete with him using magic. The girl froze in surprise when she heard a sudden burst of applause, increased with the help of magic. Having finished the lecture, Deborah wearily trudged along the corridor, realizing that she would definitely not want to participate in something like this again. She was unexpectedly greeted by the delighted princess, who asked her if she had heard those thunderous applause. Vanessa openly expressed her admiration for her performance, adding that everyone in the audience admired her. Finally, she handed Deborah the contract and was visibly delighted with the care she had shown. Seeing the treasured signature on the document, the girl accidentally stated that now Deborah was definitely not going anywhere. With her eyes flashing dangerously, she extended her hand to the girl, congratulating her on joining the club. Before she had time to return home in the evening, she was immediately besieged by her surprised father. The girl did not understand his indignation associated with her admission, since her father had once studied there. George angrily replied that the problem was their slob leader, not the club itself. Having demonstrated his dislike for Isidore, Deborah's father ended the dialogue by saying that he was very tired. Even after leaving his daughter, he still continued to be indignant, not understanding where the world was heading at such a pace. Despite all the arguments in favor of this club, George was angry knowing that Isidore took the title of Flower of the Year from his daughter. The servant explained that it turned out to be a joke of the crown prince, which was supported by all the aristocrats. No matter how much he justified the guy, the Duke still showed hostility, finally declaring that it was not right for a man to take care of himself like that. He stated that people like Isidore are valued only for their beautiful faces, even though he himself was one of the most beautiful people in the empire. Deborah's next day at the academy began again with utter surprise. She stood frozen in place, stunned when she saw a huge sign that she had been accepted into Upsilon. Terry Orgo took her by surprise, sneaking up from behind and asking if she thought the sign was beautiful. Deborah was extremely outraged by the sudden appearance of the guy, and by such an attempt to outdo the members of other clubs. Seeing the girl's negative attitude, Terry tried to brighten the situation with his frivolous behavior. The guy tried to take her hand in his and introduce himself, but the girl immediately pulled her hand away. Before he had time to talk enough with Deborah, he was immediately caught by an unexpected guy. He furiously accused Terry of fraud, since because of his advice he lost by making the wrong bet. He was forced to leave, but still explained where to find him if she suddenly got bored. Before the girl had time to say goodbye, she immediately saw a guy quickly running away. After some time, she again decided to honor the master with her presence, wanting to discuss the details of the business plan. Deborah was delighted with the option he proposed, since the building featured spacious rooms. She was extremely surprised to see such a low price based on the subtleties of the location. The master shared a pleasant observation that the flow of people in this place is the same as in the main part. Considering this fact, which significantly improves the situation of their affairs, the girl gave permission to purchase real estate. Master Blanche also received permission to make donations and create a trade guild. After the final choice of location, he again insisted on discussing future assortment. Deborah handed him the future menu, upon reviewing which the master immediately suggested that she remove the coffee. Realizing that she was opening a cafe only for the sake of creating coffee, the girl convinced him that it was a very popular drink. Deborah named some of the benefits of the drink, including the invigorating effect, thanks to which she created the formula. The master tried to reject these effects, believing that people would quickly turn to medications rather than a tasteless drink. He asked how she was going to prepare coffee, after which she described in detail the entire algorithm of actions. After learning about the intricacies of supplying coffee beans, Deborah came to the conclusion that they were simply of poor quality. The man was surprised by how much detail she asked about the grain delivery procedure, not yet knowing what information she had. Master Blanche did not know that she had long dreamed of drinking iced Americano, which does not exist in this world. The girl again highlighted cheerfulness as the main advantage of coffee, after which he invited her to conduct an experiment. The next day, Deborah saw Isidore Visconti, who was in an extremely strange state. All this time that he was conducting a tour of the Upsilon Club, she could not understand what was wrong with his face. Noticing that he looked tired, she learned that he had not been able to sleep properly for several days. Vanessa immediately reprimanded him for such neglect of his health, after which he reminded her about her absences from classes. She deliberately ignored him, once again focusing on conducting the tour. The princess looked intensely at the guy when he said that it was already 3 o'clock, and she still had time to arrive at the beginning of the lecture. She said goodbye sadly, finally surprising Deborah with her sudden touch of hands. For no apparent reason, she gently pressed herself against the girl, hugging her goodbye. Deborah looked intensely at the joyful girl, squeezing her shoulders goodbye. Isidore was extremely dissatisfied, saying that now she had a new fan. After that, he invited the girl to take a walk, wanting to discuss a couple of things, which is why she felt obvious discomfort. Deborah was pleasantly surprised to find herself in a magnificent garden, full of lilac shades. Isidore looked at her sternly, picking up a delicate petal flying in the air with his fingers. The man presented his gift to her with a sly smile as a token of gratitude for being the flower of the year. The girl looked down at the petal in surprise when it said with amusement that only she could have thought of dressing the gentleman in a pink suit. Embarrassed, she remarked about her decision that it would suit him, which caused a radiant smile from him. She looked at the guy in surprise when he declared the right to choose a chaperone as a gift for him. Deborah couldn't help but be surprised when he added that she should have used it. Joyfully noticing her change of mood, he asked if she would accept his proposal. Traditionally, a chaperone was considered a noble lady who helps a young girl join high society. Often, the girl's future position in society will depend on who becomes the chaperone. This is the reason why high society ladies often receive many gifts from different families. Excitedly handing her a special card, he said that he would let her make this decision herself. Deborah readily extended her hand, saying that she never refuses such gifts. The girl beamed with joy, enthusiastically examining her valuable card, which was a gorgeous thing. Having removed the obsession, she looked warily at the guy, trying to understand why he suddenly became so generous. She extended her hand interestedly when he stated that he wanted something in return. Without even guessing what exactly he wanted, the girl froze, feeling his palm touching a strand of her hair. Without any embarrassment, Isidore leaned towards the girl's face as if he wanted to kiss her. Smirking, he took out a fancy flower from her hair, adding that he wanted to take it. Pressing it to his head, the guy looked at his companion and declared that he would keep it for himself. Deborah was so confused by his behavior that she immediately rushed in the opposite direction, saying that she had to go. The girl tried to escape not only from the guy, but also from her thoughts that he might be in love with her. She immediately tried to suppress these hopes, knowing that her reputation was disgusting, as was her attitude towards him. Deborah was afraid of rapprochement and disappointment, so she continued to invent that he was pursuing some goal. She froze in surprise when Isidore finally caught up with her, saying that she ran faster than the soldier. He immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her closer to him, as if he was afraid that she would run away again. Deborah again ordered herself to come to her senses, because she knew that in this novel she was destined for the role of the villain. Less than 6 months had passed before the girl welcomed summer, delighting her with its warm air. She thoughtfully turned over her thoughts about how quickly time was passing, because very soon her cafe would open. Imagining how dissatisfied Master Blanche and Belek would be with her, she understood that she had no right to screw up. Deborah began to think ahead about her options in case of failure, thinking that she would work as a tutor. She purposefully wandered into the library where she was met by a new librarian. Aaron immediately asked what she was looking for here, after which Deborah replied that she was looking for something basic in the theory of mana equations. The girl immediately began to look for the books she needed, which caused Deborah a dose of tenderness. After the failure of Count Oslot, the position of her family was shaken, but the girl's genius was noted by many professors. Thus, the girl she once saved and made a witness became a librarian in their library. That day, Deborah immediately approached her with a rental agreement, directly asking if she needed money. She could not allow Belek's henchman to take this position, so she made sure that she took the place. While waiting, the girl's attention was suddenly drawn to a stack of books marked with a note. By the time Deborah read the note, Aaron had already brought the books she needed. She immediately asked who ordered these 3 volumes, which are not so easy to find by one author. Having learned that it was a Belek, the girl immediately realized that it was no coincidence, since he specifically indicated the authors who have many namesakes. Deborah already understood that in this way he was simply trying to survive her in order to put his people in this place. Not wanting to waste time, she turned to the girl and said that since she liked her job, she would make it permanent. Reminding her that she was still on probation, Deborah kindly patted her on the shoulder, telling her to give it her all. Charged with motivation, Aaron immediately tried to strain all her brains in order to solve a difficult problem. The girl accidentally drew attention to the rack, thinking that in their empire books were of the highest value. For this reason, they were forced to be classified by sections, price, and popularity. This created an urgent need for qualified librarians to maintain order. Realizing all the benefits of books, her mind was suddenly illuminated by an idea, which she hastened to explain to Aaron. Deborah suddenly announced that they should completely change the book accounting system, which at first caused a stupor in the girl. She explained that they should start by dividing the books by topic and numbering them, creating a clear list. The next thing they need to do is add other classification criteria by assigning a number to each book. Deborah's whole idea dawned on the librarian, realizing how much easier this would make finding books. The girl came closer to Aaron and insinuatingly said that if she develops such a system, everyone will recognize her skill. Seeing the passion in her eyes, Deborah finally said that she would send her assistance, and she should give it her all. Climbing the stairs of the second floor of the library, the girl suddenly saw her younger brother reading a book. Enrique felt her gaze and looked fearfully into her eyes, internally preparing for her new trick. She greeted him softly and sat a meter away from the boy, knowing that he would run away if she got too close. Deborah eagerly set to work, wanting to create a textbook on equations that even children could understand. The girl also thought of a good marketing campaign, deciding to start a rumor that it would help quickly develop her abilities. Despite the good goal, she still thought about becoming even richer, knowing that many would want to buy a copy. Enrique perked up when he saw that she caught his gaze and looked back at him. The boy was still not used to such a friendly attitude from Deborah, which is why he blushed deeply with embarrassment. Before she had time to speak to her brother, he quickly stood up from his seat, hastily grabbing his things. Unfortunately for him, persistent Deborah did not allow him to move away, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. The girl smiled, asking him if he was also interested in her equations. He was surprised when she invited him to explain them, arguing that her discoveries should serve people. Despite her good attitude, she still decided not to leave the image and took on an ominous appearance, speaking about her power. Seeing his frightened look, the girl still realized how it looked from the outside even after she tried to seem kind. Having achieved agreement, she turned to Enrique, urging him to sit next to her at the table. The boy nevertheless followed the gentle demand of his sister, after which she solemnly notified him of the beginning of the lesson. He listened carefully to Deborah as she explained to him the meaning of X, which represents an unknown number. The girl conscientiously continued to explain to him all the intricacies of finding this important mathematical element. Having received the result of the example, Deborah kindly handed him her pen so that he could solve the second example. The older sister openly admired how attentively and diligently her brother studied, immersed in solving equations. After seeing the solution, Deborah praised him for how quickly he completed it, exceeding all her expectations. The girl immediately remembered the process of her learning in a past life, at the same time thinking that it is better to praise children for the process, not the decision. Due to the fact that adults praised her only for her results, soon all the parental praise became a burden to her. Having dealt with the equations, Deborah suggested that he smoothly move on to studying fractions, which caused a new surge of interest. After an indefinite amount of time, Deborah finally announced the end of their very fruitful lesson. She mentally rejoiced that he had finally fallen for it, agreeing to the offer of a new lesson in the future. Pompously thinking about finding time for him, the girl invited him to meet at the same time. Deborah began the next step to bring them closer together, casually saying that she would like to eat his favorite chocolate cake right now. Enrique still did not live up to her expectations and quickly ran away, saying that in that case he would go. The girl immediately perked up, suggesting that he might not like sweets like his father. Despite the small setback, she was still glad that they were gradually getting closer and finding new topics to talk about. Towards evening, she decided to again seriously take up the issue of reforming the book accounting system, which she informed her father about. Hearing her father's praise and willingness to send 10 assistants, she also asked permission to make Aaron an official worker. George gave her his consent, after which he still asked if she had time to rest, given her busyness today. Knowing that he would be upset by the truth about the creation of the cafe, Deborah lied, saying that she had been working on the seminar the whole time. Considering the established order, she nevertheless agreed that she would tell him everything when she became successful. Meanwhile, everyone was looking in surprise at the advertising sign indicating the imminent opening of Deborah's cafe. Many could not understand why they all preferred to hang such strange posters, but still felt interested. The main concept was to gradually list the components of the establishment's menu, with each poster featuring a different set of dishes. Everyone present continued to watch non-stop how the advertising campaign was actively unfolding. They continued to discuss the element that had appeared in the middle of the square, trying to remain patient. Deborah smoothly stirred up interest in the cafe, alternately pointing out dishes from the menu, and then the name, signifying a pleasant meeting. Finally, after another day, the cherished opening moment arrived, which everyone had been waiting for. The night before the opening, Deborah was so nervous that she didn't even sleep a wink, which was reflected in her appearance. Counting down the last minutes before opening, she was surprised to see a huge crowd of people in front of the main building. Everyone present actively shared their expectations, trying to predict what would happen there. They were nevertheless forced to break away from the conversation when they saw the waiters dressed as if they were immaculately dressed. The guys quickly headed towards the main object, which had been hidden from prying eyes all these days. In the end, a magnificent clock tower appeared before their eyes, surprising everyone with its elegant shape. Deborah watched with pleasure as everyone praised this bizarre object, expressing admiration. Finally, the clock made a characteristic sound, marking the beginning of the cherished opening of the establishment. Before everyone had time to enjoy the opening, the doors to a luxurious building immediately opened in front of them, causing even greater delight. Isidore also arrived to monitor the success of the opening of his joint project with Deborah. The man smiled contentedly, rejoicing at the excellent start, as he knew that all this time the girl had been working tirelessly. He especially remembered how enthusiastically she dreamed up the shape of the tower, as if she was putting the finishing touches on it. With his hands folded in his lap, he assumed that she was happier now than ever. Isidore's face lit up with a sincere smile, filled with warmth from the feeling that the girl's idea was a success. A week later, the day came when the business partners met again to discuss the final data. The girl couldn't believe that they managed to earn so much, even despite the unfortunate location. She believed that she should act as confidently as possible, so she tried not to show her surprise. Deborah was pleased to note that their advertising strategy was successful and rare, since no one had done anything like this before. The master also noticed the timeliness of the gift received from the sponsor, which made Armand even more popular. All visitors were delighted with such a luxurious interior and left a lot of positive reviews. Hearing this, Deborah was proud of herself, considering that she was the one who came up with the design using her skills. Everyone was even more amazed by the exquisite set menu, the elements of which the girl had previously indicated on the posters. Deborah's head began to fill with new business ideas, including lowering prices on products in order to sell more. She warned that she plans to change the menu slightly in the future so that diners don't get bored with the sets. This included introducing a variety of ranges with different flavors to ensure there was something for everyone. After some time, Deborah was disappointed when she realized exactly what the master meant. The idea of sets became so popular that the girl glowed with anger at the abundance of plagiarism. Erin modestly noted that she had not noticed Armand's restaurant before, as she was busy with her own affairs. Deborah praised the girl for her successful work in the library, which made finding books much easier. Erin was very grateful that thanks to her, she was hired for a permanent position. Deborah asked if she would like to have tea to celebrate her new position. Saddened by the plagiarism, Deborah realized that the master was right when he spoke about the fragility of the set menu. Before she had time to take even a couple of steps, she immediately came across a plagiarism from the famous restaurant near the fountain. Fortunately for her, people still noticed that this idea was stolen from Armand and chose to go there. Having reached the main doors of the strange cafe, Deborah solemnly offered to go inside. The girl examined the menu critically, noticing that the prices for their sets were lower than in Armand. According to the master, price reduction was the main strategy of the Naria restaurant. Deborah smiled slyly, internally calling out the challenge in the fight for the visitors' attention. She was pulled out of her thoughts by Erin, who handed her magical violets that preserved the aroma. The embarrassed girl added that they would remain alive for at least a whole month. Hearing her words about special magic, Deborah smiled predatorily, feeling overwhelmed by a new insight. Clutching the violets to her chest, the girl looked predatorily at her friend, saying that she would like to ask her for something. Deborah directly stated that she wanted her to learn the magic that would protect the paper from getting wet. Erin immediately grasped the principle of its operation, comparing it with a spell that protects weapons from rust. Making sure that the girl would definitely carry out her instructions, Deborah stood up, preparing to leave to go about her business. She had several important things planned, including meeting with the princess and holding a training seminar. The princess was very happy to see Deborah, so she immediately welcomed her to their mana study circle. Before the girl had time to go into the princess's room, she immediately felt tension, looking at dozens of terrifying dolls. Distracted from them, the girls stared at an advertising poster showing an abundance of unknown smoothies. Deborah considered the drink to be her trump card, which she had never seen anyone use before. She knew that due to the cost of seasonal fruits, it was more profitable to sell smoothies than full-fledged desserts. Outraged by the huge queue, the ladies did not know that it was Deborah's brainchild, but still stood for half an hour waiting for a free seat. Before the princess had time to get completely angry, They were immediately brought out bright, healthy cocktails. One of the girls was in seventh heaven after trying her freshest cocktail. She was so impressed by the excellent taste that she could not contain the delight expressed by the flow of words. A group of friends smiled and began exchanging information about who had what taste. In the end, everyone was happy with such delicious drinks that delighted the taste buds. The princess said that she would have come earlier if the queue had not been so long. Another girl wanted to join a restaurant club when a restaurant employee said club members received coupons and invitations to tastings. After hesitating, the man gave a special card and a discount booklet to the new member of the club. Before the second girl had time to be surprised that she became 77th, all the workers immediately solemnly congratulated her. She was the first special winner and was given a solid gold star and nameplate. He also told them to open their booklets, where he gave them 2 stamps for the smoothies they ordered. Surprised by this feature, visitors immediately wanted to join the club and place an order. The girl knew that such promotions increase the likelihood that the client will come again. As if confirming Deborah's thoughts, the winner happily exclaimed that she would come here again tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the academy, the event has once again begun to select a student who will be included in the stand of the best. This time, members of the academy had to choose between Deborah Seymour and Mia Benosha. The dean of the university expressed his opinion that Deborah's abilities were sufficient to win. He argued that she had written incredible articles on magical theory and went beyond the scope of the school course. Another professor spoke in Mia's favor, saying that magicians like her could be counted on one hand. He continued to talk about how she works tirelessly in the name of goddess Nayla and also inspires many people. Unlike her, Deborah is not able to control her mana, so making her headman, in his opinion, is the height of stupidity. The Duke clearly disagreed, given that Deborah had made great contributions to science without even manipulating mana. Their skirmish was interrupted by a woman respected in professorial circles who wanted to express her opinion. Jean-Paul Louis Vize is the former director of the academy, and therefore is closely acquainted with the most noble families. She suddenly pulled out a strange book called a Seymour library card. She reported that she had recently visited the Seymour family library and was very impressed by its classification system. Everyone came running in surprise, wanting to understand how the system the girl had invented worked. The woman stated that she would like to introduce her to the Academy's library, given the significance of this innovation. The professor who had previously condemned Deborah was surprised to learn that it was she who created all this. The director grinned proudly, thinking again that she never ceases to amaze him. Meanwhile, Deborah continued to beat the soft pillow with unprecedented delight. She couldn't contain her joy as she looked at Armand's sales statistics report showing strong demand for smoothies. Things were going well, pleased with the doubled income from the patent, which brought Deborah a lot of money. Just recently, she presented a new formula at a seminar and raised the user fee. The girl almost cried with happiness, realizing that her patent would be valid for another 15 years. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a letter lying on the nightstand, distinguished by its inconspicuousness. Her face immediately contorted in surprise when she learned that she'd been elected prefect at the academy. The girl came to the conclusion that the character of the student is absolutely not important for the academy, but only his abilities. Even more than this status, Deborah was delighted by a scholarship of 10,000 gold coins. A déjà vu arose in her head due to the fact that according to the plot, Mia Benosha got the place instead of her thanks to her strength. After that, she donated the scholarship she received from the academy to an orphanage, which only increased her reputation. In any case, the girl was not worried about Mia, knowing that she would live well anyway. Deborah suddenly jumped out of bed, feeling a new idea pop into her head. After some time, she was already sitting in the master's office with the goal of sharing her sudden business idea. The master's eyes widened in surprise when she handed him a sheet describing her idea to create a foundation. She was sure that if she created a fund for children and constantly made donations, everyone would have a good opinion of Armand. He asked her if she really wanted to donate the entire scholarship she had received. Deborah was prudent and said that this was so because when promoting an establishment, reputation is very important. She thought that in the future it would be a good idea to create an Armand Scholarship Fund and attract good specialists. The man stated that he was very surprised and touched by her merciful and gentle manner. Deborah was angered by his statement because it meant that her disgusting reputation was at risk. Both the animal and the owner flinched when she suddenly exploded and stated that she was not someone who had a kind heart and did things for no reason. She insisted that donations are one of the effective ways to improve the reputation of an enterprise. The girl continued to list various advantages, increasingly insisting on her prudence. Trying to smooth out the tension between them, the master smiled reassuringly, saying that he understood everything perfectly. She pompously agreed with her partner when he said that he would do everything as she ordered. Deborah herself did not understand when the room became so hot that she was forced to fan her face. Meanwhile, the master continued to analyze her behavior, noticing how cleverly she uses people's psychology. The more he got to know her, the more he realized that she was completely different from the rumors about her. Master Blanche thought it was cute how her ears turned red, but still interrupted, realizing what he was thinking about now. Deborah brought his attention back to her, declaring that after all the work they had done, it was time for them to move on to the second stage. Mentioning the upcoming night's tournament, she stated that although the path would be difficult, she knew one person who could help. Oddly enough, she named Isidore Visconti when he asked to introduce him to him. Master Blanche was in a total stupor, trying to understand how he approached this matter. Deborah gently scratched the cat, declaring that Isidore was quite handsome and therefore suitable for this. She also mentioned the magician's research that he was the most handsome guy in their empire. Hiding his embarrassment, the magician timidly looked away, talking about how insightful she was. Before he had time to think about the fact that she was finally starting to fall in love with him, she immediately asked if he really liked him. Stung by Deborah's penetrating gaze, he tried to explain himself by saying that her opinion had changed a little. He opened his mouth in shock when she honestly admitted that he was still suspicious. Despite all the details of his position, Isidore Visconti still has a good reputation in society. Even with how well he was treated by other important members of society, he still raised some questions. The magician caught her being illogical, given that she decided to entrust him with something important despite all her mistrust. Agreeing how contradictory this seemed, she asked him to wait until her plan was revealed. The next day, Isidore, dressed to the nines, was already out and about, taking 2 glasses of coffee with him. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the man, looking for the new item in his hands. Isidore leisurely enjoyed the drink, without being forced to be in the establishment for this. He immediately went to Deborah, seeing that she was sitting on a bench nearby, waiting for him. The man smiled and handed her the drink that she had previously asked him to buy. Admiring the magnificent glass, Deborah sincerely thanked him for this peach smoothie. Finally, she got up from her seat, responding to his offer to take a walk together. Everyone around them tried for a long time to understand what it was in their hands, since no one yet knew about the existence of such glasses. The rest openly admired the atypical pair of 2 young people drinking from disposable cups. Isidore also did not miss the opportunity to show off this innovation on his page, delighting his fans. The girl looked at the glass with a smile, which Erin had invented specifically at her request. It was only thanks to this talented girl that they were able to quickly start a takeaway business, receiving many cups in no time. The girl thought about it, remembering how she almost forced Isidore to buy these drinks in order to take a walk with her. To her surprise, the guy felt her gaze on him and turned around, initiating eye contact. Isidore smiled tenderly, not wanting to take his eyes off his beautiful companion. This definitely had an effect on Deborah, who immediately blushed, feeling awkward. Before she had time to convince herself that she could not be interesting to Isidore, he approached again, interested in what she was so interested in. Trying to dispel his magical spell, she said that she was thinking about the menu for the evening. Casually discussing taste preferences, Isidore invited her to sit down for a while to rest. The girl felt how the politeness shown by the man gradually made her tremble. He suddenly asked her if she was going to go to the upcoming tournament where he was going to participate. Deborah was quite surprised, since in the novel he did not take part in the tournament, which caused her confusion. She tried to restore the approximate chronology, realizing that she was at the moment of the maximum of bullying against Mia. What followed was that Philip tried to console and reassure her with various gifts. Internally, he continued to rely on her to rely on him and failed to serve as a good shield for her. Even though Mia verbally thanked him, she still kept her heart closed until a hero was found to take advantage of it. According to the master's investigation, Isidore was an excellent knight, which indicated his appearance at the tournament. She was surprised that despite such abilities, he still did not attend the tournament and did not take part. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, the girl wished him good luck in the competition and expressed confidence that he would cope with everything. Hearing such flattering praise, Isidore beamed. saying that she should support him on the tournament field by giving him her scarf. At a jousting tournament, ladies hand their scarf to the knight they are supporting, which has become something of a tradition. Considering this as payment for his help in the PR campaign, the girl handed him her burgundy scarf. He brought it to his heart and, smiling, assured that now he would definitely be able to win thanks to her. As soon as Isidore got home, he was immediately met by Miguel, amazed at his decision. He clearly didn't understand why he decided to agree to this, considering how much he always hated such tournaments. In his mind, the man thought that based on the investigation, Deborah loves knightly tournaments and therefore may also want to give her scarf to the knight. Isidore suddenly broke out in a sweat from the realization that his pride would suffer if someone incomprehensible received it. As expected, the appearance of the man caused an undeniable sensation, as a result of which everyone walked around with glasses. On the one hand, Deborah considered this imitation pathetic, but on the other hand, she understood that it helped her business. Her gaze suddenly fell on two passing friends, similarly using the new product. After analyzing the situation and drawing a conclusion, the girl decided to return back to the mansion. Aaron was already waiting for her there, hard at work at the magical machine in the process of creating new means. Noting that since Deborah gave her this laboratory, she will definitely create a revolutionary method for making cups. Deborah's attention was drawn to a small box littered with various items, including a scarf. Erin hastily admitted that she had made this scarf herself and picked it up with her hands, intending to present it to Deborah. Bowing, the girl handed her a new scarf, created with her own hands, especially for her. Deborah was shocked to realize that it acted like a real cold compress that could be used in hot weather. She said with a smile that she would use it, and immediately applied the pleasant product to her face. Hearing the question that such a remedy should appeal to the knights, Erin admitted that she did not have someone she was rooting for. She also asked a counter-question, which immediately made her interlocutor think about her last conversation with Visconti. Deborah understood that in her case only support was possible, not faith, since the winner was already predetermined. Finally, the very day of the nightly tournament has arrived, causing everyone a slight feeling of anticipation. Everyone carefully watched the first fight, which rang out in the middle of the arena. Today's elimination bouts were so popular that it was impossible to get tickets for them. The Seymour family was less than thrilled, exchanging negative comments about the noise. The girl felt the sunshine so much that she was not even able to meet Belek and her father in conversation. At that moment, she realized that the real winner was Enrique, who could not appear here due to his age. Deborah remembered just in time about the magical device given to her by the girl. Before she had time to fully enjoy the coolness, she immediately drew attention to her father, who was dying from the heat. She kindly handed him her magic scarf, wanting to briefly allow him to appreciate her gift. The girl also mentioned Irene as the one who brilliantly created this excellent item. George agreed with Deborah's opinion of the new employee, adding that she seemed resourceful even then. Like everyone else, Belek was shocked to hear an unnatural sound from outside. It turned out to be the solemn wheezing of a microphone, announcing the arrival of the real Diero Orgo. All the girls instantly began to babble in love when they saw their idol on stage. Unfortunately for them, he ignored them and walked towards Mia, who was handing him a handkerchief. He was extremely happy, feeling the light touch of the delicate fabric on the glove. Everyone around was pleasantly surprised to see the new couple formed. Deborah noted with sadness that events were developing in accordance with the original plot, which indicated that Isidore had lost. Like the girl, Isidore thoughtfully put on his armor, looking sadly at his hands. Diero raised the weapon militantly, showing off his scarf as an indicator of his future victory. Putting on a dazzling smile, Mia said that she would look forward to it. An episode of their first meeting in the corridor immediately appeared in her head, where he had already asked her to give her a scarf. Unfortunately for him, Mia was forced to refuse him, citing the fact that she now has no other scarves except the bloody one. The girl timidly looked down, saying that all this time she had been wiping away the patient's blood. The man smiled with hope in his eyes when she promised to carry out this procedure right at the tournament. Before he could leave Mia, going to training, she immediately took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket. Now she looked at the podium with a smile, knowing that the scarf should be enough to start talking about her. Dieri was already fighting with all his might with the enemy, wanting to bring the prize to the girl as quickly as possible. As expected, she knew he would win, so she didn't feel too bored about it. She was attentive and asked her father about his well-being, obtaining a new compliment for the scarf. Belek was beside himself with surprise when his father accidentally mentioned that Deborah had won first place in the academy. They both looked at the guy negatively when he said that the academy was now a complete mess. When asked by her father why she didn't brag about it, Deborah replied that she was just very lucky. Belek began to shake with envy when he witnessed how the previously stern father encouraged his daughter in every possible way. Seeing George bark at her brother, Deborah only stuck out her tongue mockingly. Their squabble was immediately stopped by the screams of fans who saw the new knight. It turned out to be none other than Isidore Visconti, imposingly walking along the podium. All the girls went crazy with how manly he looked, and therefore could not help but ask him to take the scarf from them. As if not paying attention to all their exclamations, he looked at Deborah, fixing her with his gaze. The girl's cheeks burned with embarrassment when Isidore almost burned her with his interested gaze. Finally, he showed his raised hand adorned with Deborah's scarf. At the sight of this gesture, the girl's heart completely froze, burning with pleasant excitement. Finally, the sound of a trumpet was heard, signaling the start of the tournament. The participants immediately rushed at each other until one knocked the other down, knocking out his weapon. Everyone gasped in surprise, trying to figure out who emerged victorious from this fight. The next thing they immediately saw was a smiling Isidore, rejoicing in his victory. Deborah covered her mouth in admiration, shocked by how cool he was. Hiddenly trying to catch his breath, the man took off his helmet, showing everyone his sweat-covered face. Deborah tensely bit her finger when she heard the host's words that Deira had a worthy competitor. At this time, all the spectators were already betting with all their might on one of the candidates, which the girl herself gradually began to think about. She thought hard, trying to decide whether or not she should participate. Finally, she decided to place a bet and handed the man a bag of coins. She immediately stated that she intended to bet on the one she considered the winner. The presenter solemnly announced that they would have a short break, after which they would continue the competition. The Seymour family was clearly not happy with the spectacle, given the tired appearance of the father and the sleepy mood of Belek. The girl looked thoughtfully at her watch, trying to understand why her people were not yet among the knights. She took care of everything and asked permission from the district administration, so everything should have been successful. Finally, a group of her restaurant employees appeared in the middle of the podium, moving a tray of cups. Many knights were burning from the heat and tried to make at least some attempts to reduce their body temperature. One of the knights felt so bad that he gradually felt himself beginning to lose consciousness. He understood that if he entered the fight in this state, he would definitely miss the blow and fly out of the saddle. Before he could become completely upset, a polite waiter immediately approached him, offering him a drink. All knights were treated to the provided drinks that accelerated the cooling of the body. The guy looked at the drink with interest, at first thinking it was just water with lemon. Before he had time to take even a couple of sips, he immediately felt a real riot of fresh taste. He immediately felt how his head cleared and his state became cheerful and efficient. The others also noticed the miraculous effect of the provided drink, which concealed a secret. The time of rest came to an end, after which the knight was forced to go to the battlefield. On the podium, the skillful, handsome Isidore Visconti and Eric Serig, a member of the Order of the Blue Knights, were already fighting with might and main. Before he could strike, he was immediately knocked to the ground with one precise movement of the weapon. The presenter immediately announced Visconti as the winner, which did not surprise the crowd. Deborah covered her mouth in surprise when she learned that he was making it to the finals. Miguel, who was nearby, suggested that he go to the waiting room. Before the knight had time to get off his horse, he was immediately surrounded by a waiter offering him a drink. Meanwhile, the audience also gradually fueled their interest in what they were all drinking there. One of the girls assumed it was a smoothie, given that it was Armand. Deborah mentally called their answer incorrect, since it turned out to be a special isotonic drink. If a person sweats intensely due to prolonged exercise, not only the water balance, but also the electrolyte balance is disturbed. Thus, an isotonic drink helps restore electrolytes and is better absorbed. To the girl's surprise, the recipe for making it turned out to be extremely simple and required only a liter of water and 6 tablespoons of sugar. She understood that there was nothing special about it, and therefore decided to decorate it with lemon slices for beauty. Deborah smiled wickedly, knowing it was mission accomplished when she heard they were going to purchase them after the show. She felt as if her goal was gradually becoming achieved, and success was dizzying. Meanwhile, the young knight was already fighting with all his might with an experienced opponent and hit him right in the body. At first, he himself did not believe that he had succeeded in bringing down Orgo. Everyone couldn't quite believe that Diero could lose to this guy who didn't have much experience. The girl watched what was happening in surprise, expecting the final ending. The genius from the House of Orgo found himself in complete prostration, losing a round to some unknown knight, which hit his pride.